Yes, Mr. Balloy.
As a court please, my lord, we're happy to announce that the transcriber delivered on the promise that they made, both in terms of the transcripts and the time. The transcripts, additional or the missing transcripts, are now available. We received them shortly after 9, to be precise, at 9:24. The new transcripts range from page 75 up to page 96. So we're looking at about extra 21 pages. We have made a copy for the witness. Copies for my learned friends are still being made. They should be here in the next 15 minutes or so.
So they haven't read, your learned colleagues haven't read
Yes.
the pages from 75 to 96?
Yes, that is so. And they must still be placed in possession thereof. But as indicated, my lord, they should be here any minute from now. They are being copied.
Yeah, but what's important for this court is that all the counsels here must confirm that the so-called alleged missing parts from 75 to 96 are correctly transcribed, and that they comply with the Constitutional Court judgment. It's Chiumi to say that the reconstruction was done properly. Are you with me, Mr. Ramosipiti? Yeah, because if this case goes somewhere else, the clever Alec will say, no, those transcripts, they were never certified by the persons who were allegedly present when the colonel gave evidence. So we can't say the record was properly before the court.
Yes. In fact,
I'm going to give you 30 minutes to do that. You read the transcripts, page 75 to page 96, and you confirm that, in fact, to your recollection, that is the so-called missing portion, and that the cassette, or if you call it, what's the other word for a cassette?
the CD.
The CD has been, you said it was audible.
Yes,
and then it was properly transcribed or transferred to a hard copy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any questions?
My credit must be given to the transcriber, because what they did, they in fact transcribed the whole proceedings for the 30th of August 2023.
Right.
Yeah. So it's the proceedings of the 30th of August from the beginning of the day until
up to the end.
Yes, until the end of the day.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
And after that, will we be ready? After 30 minutes, how long do we need for this exercise? Mr. Mgomezuli, how long do we need, Mr. Minister?
I think an hour will do, because we need to read and consult as well. Thank you, my lord.
And your witness, how long does he need?
Well, it's 26 pages, my lord. I think.
And the charts, are the charts also available?
30 minutes should do.
The charts are also available?
We do have copies of the charts. They were handed up as exhibits, my lord.
At the previous hearing?
Yes. So everybody should have copies of the charts. And yesterday we were requested to provide additional copies of the charts to two of my colleagues, which were given to them this morning.
Mr. Ngumal, how long do you need?
An hour. 1 hour.
Mr. Shololo? I'm prepared to give you guys 2 weeks.
My lord, I couldn't. Not 2 weeks.
Oh, Mr. Miyaki, sorry.
Yes, my lord, I confirm that I'm standing in for Advocate Mshololo today.
How long do you need, sir?
We need an hour.
What's your time, sir?
It's 10:18, my lord.
So when we come back within an hour, are we going to commence?
I think subject to my colleagues who must commence with cross-examination.
Yeah, quite. Mr. Mgumuzulu, when we come back after an hour, will you be ready to start?
11:30.
Hello?
11:30, man.
It's no longer an hour now.
It's actually an hour, it's 11:15.
11:15 we come back. Okay? Yes. Have you agreed with your colleagues regarding the
As
authenticity of the record?
a court, please, my lord, copies of the newly transcribed record were received shortly after we've adjourned.
Right.
And each of my colleagues was finished with the newly transcribed record for perusal.
Right.
My lord, just maybe one or two observations. We suggest that we should use the new transcribed record of the 30th of August 2023. The old version, it's 2 pages behind the new version. For instance, on page 76 of the new record, if we look at the first paragraph, ending with fired in the pistol mentioned in 7.1, that's where the old record ends on page 74.
Right.
And what follows after that sentence, where I'm addressing the court, that is the newly added portion of the record.
Right.
So if we use the old record, we won't be at the same wavelength.
the numbering.
So we suggest that we discard.
Now you can't discard it. That's the point.
Yeah, the old.
That's the evidence which was
Yes.
adduced in court by the kernel.
Yes.
So what you can do to comply with constitutional prescripts is that both records are encapsulated as his evidence.
Yes.
If it's A, if it's 1, then you'll say 1A, 1B, 1C, just like that, okay? But you don't discard anything.
Yeah, but I think perhaps reference in cross-examination should rather be
Yeah, fine.
made to the
You'll say-
newly transcribed record.
Paragraph 2 of the
Yes.
old transcript, this is what you said. Fine, there's no problem with that. But you don't discard evidence
Yes.
which has been adduced in court.
Yes,
Never.
but just the version, my lord, is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
old
fine.
version is the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing, I know.
Yes, it's just that they differ. As I said, the old version is
That's
2
it.
pages behind.
That's it.
The new version.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, no problem.
Right.
Mr. Mgomeli, do you agree with me?
I agree, my lord.
I do, madam.
Yes.
Please agree, madam.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We can then begin with the cross-examination.
Okay, fine.
No concerns have been raised regarding the newly transcribed record.
Okay.
So,
So it's authentic, as I say.
we accept it as authentic.
Okay. Is the gentleman there your expert? Do you know the protocols, don't you? Mr. Mnis, and all of you, I'm asking you. Do you know the protocols about a presumptive witness? It's not supposed to be in court. Sorry.
Presumptive witness.
Are you not going to call him as a witness?
We will, madam.
That's it. So I'm saying he can't sit in court in terms of the law. You know that.
Even if he's an expert, madam. And when other...
No, he's a
When the
witness in a
other-
criminal trial.
Yes.
Am I correct, Mr. Baloi? Hey,
Well, my experience has been that expert witnesses do sit next to counsel to guide them in cross-examination. So an exception is made regarding an
can you give me
expert
that
witness.
decision? Because I'm not aware of it.
As I say, in practice, because there is a whole purpose of having an expert to assist you to cross-examine.
But they've consulted.
witness,
That's the
yes.
point. Haven't they consulted?
Yes, they have, my lord.
Hey, let's check that point.
Yes.
What's your view, Mr. Ngumezulu? An expert sits in court and listens to the evidence, and thereafter he comes and gives evidence.
That's correct, my lord.
Mr.
I am of the same view, my lord. I've seen that happening in other cases, but I'm not
Right.
aware of the authority at the moment.
You don't have the authority?
Yes.
I don't think you'll find any. Yes, Mr.
Yes, I'm also not aware of the authority, but I think it should be there. But in practice, and convention has it that when...
Yeah, okay, fine. Yes, Mr.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I've seen it in practice. It's happening.
You don't have any authority over
I don't have any authority
Hello?
of that. I don't have any authority of
Okay,
that.
you can take it from me. There's no authority like that. But you know what? Because you are agreeing, the state and the defense are agreeing to that, I will let it pass. So you can sit, sir. Hello? They say you can sit next to your counsel or your counsels and you can advise them as the trial goes on. That's what you're saying. Okay, fine. Let's start then. Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu then. First to start.
Thank you, man. Good day, Colonel Mangena.
Good day.
Colonel Mangena, I'll be more focused on Exhibit X in brackets 13A and 13B. Now, just want us to start from paragraph 3 of Exhibit X in bracket 13 in bracket A. Just a second. Just want to open the... So, in your evidence, you testified that you received a call from Captain Bentley.
Captain Bentley, yes.
ubufakazi bakho bushilo angikale lana ke ngizoqala kakhulu ke la zibithi u13A no13B lapha ke ku-paragraph 3 ushilo ke ubufakazi bakho ukuthi wena ke washayela ucingo Captain Bentley yeke kuyiqiniso.
Yes. What time did you receive the call?
Harold, I cannot recall the exact time, but it was around 10 when I received the call.
Isikhathi ke angisasikhumbuli kahle ke kodwa bakunje ngabo 10 uma ke ngithola lolo cingo lelo.
Okay. When you received that call, where were you exactly? Were you in
I was at the
Pretoria?
office at the lab.
Sorry?
I was at the office at the lab in Silverton.
Uma ke ngithola lolo cingo mangisehhovisi ke yona ke ile eseSilverton.
And where was Captain Bentley at that time when he called?
My lord, when he called me, he was at the crime scene.
Kathi engishayela ucingo ke uCaptain Bentley wayekhona ke la isigameko senzeka khona.
So upon your arrival, you said you are not sure about the time, but it was after 11.
That's correct, my lord.
Shilo ke ukuthi ke isikhathi aqinisekile ngaso ke kodwa ke kwakuwabo 11 yebo kuyiqiniso.
Did you find Bentley or Captain Bentley at the crime scene upon your arrival?
That's correct, my lord. I found Captain Bentley. He was from the crime scene management. He was busy. They were busy processing the crime scene. So I found him. I only informed him that I have arrived. I'm there. But they were busy processing inside. So I waited outside for them.
Yebo ke uma ngifika ke lapho ke ngamthola ke uCaptain Bentley ke kodwa ngafika ke besasebenza ke lapho kwakuwumtshela nje ukuthi ngikhona ke kodwa ngalinda ke ngaphandle ke ngoba babesasebenza.
So upon your arrival, how many members of the task team were there, including Captain Bentley, members of the SAPS that were there on the 27th of October 2014? How many people were there? Precisely the police.
My lord, there was a lot of police officers there at the scene, but I went to Captain Bentley because he's the one who called me, and he was with some of his team members. I don't know how many team members were there, but I recall Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo was there.
Ngifike mangifika lapho ke ayemaningi amaphoyisa ayekhona ke kodwa mina ke ngaya ke na ke uCaptain Bentley ngoba uyena ke wangishayela ucingo kanye nabanye ke asebenza nabo ngiyakhumbula ke uLieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo wayelapho.
Sorry. I'm sorry to interfere.
Yes.
Mr. Ngomezulu, you are saying on the 27th?
On the 27th. That is the day.
On the 27th?
That's correct.
Not on the 26th?
Not on the 26th. Okay. According to the evidence.
Because he says he arrived at about 10, 11. On which date?
on Monday, the 27th.
Okay, fine. All right. Thanks. Sorry.
Nake ngafika ngabo 10:11 ngayo umsombuluko wange 27.
All right. Still there with Captain Bentley. You interacted with him. He informed you. What did he tell you?
My lord, when I arrived, they were still busy processing the crime scene. They were busy inside. I only informed him that I have arrived. I'm here. I'll wait for them to finish processing, then I'll go in.
Engafika ngakwenza-ke ukuthi ngafika besasebenza-ke ngaphakathi kwaba ukumtshela nje ukuthi ngikhona-ke ngizomlinda ngaphandle-ke baze baqede.
You never had any discussion with him except to report to him that you have just arrived.
I never had any discussion with him when I arrived, but I started talking to them when they called me so that I can come in and start processing the scene with them.
Akukho-ke engakukhuluma noma engaxoxa naye-ke uma ngifika kwakuwumtshela nje ukuthi ngikhona-ke ngizolinda ukuthi bangibize base impela-ke bangibiza-ke ila engaqala khona ukukhuluma bese bengibizela ngaphakathi ukuthi ngizoqala ukusebenza.
Are you certain, sir, that there's nothing you discuss with him?
Discuss with them. I'm
With
certain, my lord.
Captain Bentley, are you certain?
I'm certain, my lord. I didn't discuss anything with him.
Yebo ngasiqiniseko sokuthi akukho engakuxoxa-ke noma engakhulumisana naye ngakho.
All right. You mentioned two officers, I believe it's Ntini and you said
I was
Makati.
with Captain Dinian Makati from my
Makati.
office, yes.
Mina-ke ngangihamba nayo Captain Tini kanye noMahati ababebuya-ke kuhhovisi engisebenza kulona.
All right. So they also assisted you in the reconstruction of the crime scene.
That is correct, my lord.
Nabo-ke abangisiza noma bangilekelela-ke ukuthi ukusebenza-ke khona lapho kwendawo yesigameko.
Who was the lead reconstructor? Was it you?
That's correct, my lord.
Kodwa umuntu owayehola-ke lapho kubona noma kulaba abathathu kungashoyo kwakuyimina.
But were there any positive or active participation of Ntini and Makati?
Makati.
Was there any active participation? Was there any active role they played during the reconstructing of the crime scene?
My lord, I did the reconstruction of the scene, and what they were doing is they were assisting me. If I have to make measurements, if I need anything, I'll ask them to assist me there.
Kwakuyimina-ke owayenza-ke lapho umsebenzi-ke kodwa uma kwakuthi kwakukhona-ke ngidinga ukuthi bangisize ngabo noma-ke mhlambe ukuthatha ama-measurements ngangizobacela-ke bangisize kulokho.
Are you aware maybe if they've made statements regarding their participation on the 27th of October 2014? Did they make any statements regarding their involvement on that day?
No, my lord, they didn't make statement. I'm the one who made a statement.
Abazenzanga-ke i-statement nje mayelana nalokho abakwenza ngalelo langa yimina umuntu owenza i-statement.
All right. Now, you were called in, you started to process the crime scene. That's when you observed the damage on the door of, on the entrance door of the house and on the floor, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Thank you. I'm saying during the processing of the crime scene or reconstructing the crime scene, you observed the damage from the door, the entrance door in the kitchen, and the damage on the floor.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo-ke inkathi sengisebenza-ke ila engabona khona ukulimala esithabheni kanye naphansi.
Prior to the processing, did you ask questions from any person who was around or who was in the house? Did you ask any questions?
My lord, on my arrival, I waited for them and then Captain Bentley called me, said, no, you can come and assist. But the first thing that they asked me, they said they've discovered 2 bullets in the house, but they can only see the bullet damages on the door. They don't know where the first bullet hit. I was standing in front of the entrance.
ongakwenza-ke ukuthi ngachazela-ke uBhethu ukuthi ngikhona ngase ngilinda-ke uma sebengibizela ngaphakathi-ke ukuthi ngizoqala ukusebenza ila angitshela khona-ke ukuthi-ke babona-ke iy'nhlamvu ey'mbili lapho ey'mbili kodwa akabazi ukuthi eyoqala-ke yashaya kuphi. Yes.
All right. So you did not see those bullets on your arrival on the 27th?
I did not see them on my arrival.
Yes.
When I get, as I'm explaining, when I get to the crime scene, when I'm standing in front of the entrance door, that's when they told me that they have discovered, they recovered the bullet and the fragments. They show that it's 2 shots fired, but they can only see 1 bullet damage on the door.
Uma ngena sengimile-ke la ungena khona-ke estabheni-ke ila bangitshela khona-ke bayabona-ke ukuthi-ke noma-ke isibhamu siqhume kabili-ke kodwa-ke inhlamvu eyodwa bayitholayo nezinye-ke elimele-ke khona futhi nokulimala khona estabheni.
My worry
From where I was standing, I could see, where I was standing on the entrance, I could see the bullet damage on the tire or the bullet defect on the tire. Then I pointed to them that there's one of the bullet marks that I can see in the house. Then it's 2 shots. I've showed them that one and the one on the door that they showed me.
Kodwa-ke la engangimi khona-ke ngangibona-ke phansi kuyona-ke uthayela ukuthi-ke nalapho kukhona inhlamvu eyashaya khona yila engabakhombisa khona-ke ukuthi-ke nina-ke ngitshela ngale eyodwa kodwa nayi-ke eyesibili bese kuba yilena-ke enakalise estabheni.
My worry first say it's about the evidence you're giving now. It's a hearsay evidence. You were told. And I was told that that evidence has been provisionally admitted on the basis that, on the reasons that Captain Bentley will be called to confirm that. But my worry is that that evidence is hearsay. But let's move on. So, when you observed that this there's a damage on the floor and damage on at the door, that's where the damage A1 is the damage in the door, and A2 is the damage on the floor, correct?
That is correct, my lord.
A1-ke ila ukulimele khona-ke isibhabha bese kuthi A2 ila inhlamvu yashaya khona phansi.
So have you measured the distance between A1 and A2?
Between A1 and A2?
Yeah. Where the damage on the door, the distance from where there was a damage at the door and the damage on the floor.
My lord, I have measured the distance from A2 to the door, not to the damage on the door, but to the door.
Yes, to the door. Yes.
Mina-ke ukuqala-ke ngakwenza-ke ukusuka ku-A2 phansi ukuya-ke esicabheni, hayi ukuthi umonakalo lo noma ukulimala kusesicabheni ukuya-ke phansi.
Will I be correct to say that that distance, you said it's 1.19?
I can't recall, it was 1 point. That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ngasho ukuthi lelo banga lelo-ke kwaku 1.19 amamitha.
So the damage on the floor, was it in the kitchen or at the dining room or whatever? It's a dining room or sitting room?
It was in the kitchen, my lord.
La inhlamvu yashaya khona phansi kwakusekitchen.
So one may safely conclude and say the shooting happened in the kitchen.
That is correct, my lord.
Umuntu sengayicabangela-ke ukuthi-ke uqhuma kwesibhamu kwenzeka ekitchen, yebo kuyiqiniso.
All right. It's your evidence that according to your observation, the damage on the floor was fired on the 90 degrees, correct?
Yes, my lord, I said it was fired at an angle of approximately 90 degrees.
Kuyiqiniso ngishilo-ke kubufakazi bami-ke ukuthi-ke kulimala noma le nhlamvu yashaya phansi-ke uma idutshuka ngathi-ke uma ngichaza phecelezi-ke yadutshuka-ke kwi-angle-ke ongayibiza ukuthi u-90 degrees.
But will you be able to say, if you are able to say it? If you are not, but I will expect that from you as an expert. If it was fired at the approximately 90 degrees, the distance, I believe you call it the muzzle, the last part of the firearm.
That's correct, the muzzle
Yes.
of the firearm, yes.
Can you estimate the distance from the muzzle of the firearm and to the damage on the floor? At what distance was that fire, was that shot?
My lord, it's not possible to determine the distance from the muzzle to the floor.
Uma uthi-ke yadutshuka-ke kuleyo angle ewu-90 degrees, ungasho ukuthi yini-ke le ndawo le ila ngaphambili-ke ebizwa ngokuthi imazulu yesibhamu, ukuthi yona-ke ibanga ukusuka kuyona ukuyofica phansi-ke la isibhamu inhlamvu yashaya khona, ucha lokho-ke angeke ngekusimo-ke sokuthi ngingakusho ngakuchaza lelo
Alright.
banga lelo.
So, but you can't even say it was a close range shot that was fired.
My lord, it was definitely not a close range to the ground. When you do the distance determination is done based on the spreading of your the bent and partially bent propellant powder that comes from the muzzle of a firearm. If you find it around the area of the entrance wound or entrance wound, you can be able to look at the pattern, you measure the pattern, and that pattern, you conduct the test, it can give you the distance, how far the firearm was. But that can only be done within the distance of a meter, not more than a meter.
Yes.
Kwibanga-ke le mitha-ke kuya ngokuthi-ke nalana utholani-ke la ngaphambili-ke kuyona inhlamvu la esiphuma khona isibhamu, kodwa-ke ibanga le mitha-ke ila ungathi uthole khona-ke, ngoba bebuza kumele ukuthi-ke ungasho ukuthi yini yesasondele yini isibhamu phansi la esashaya khona, uthi lokho-ke angeke ube kwisimo-ke sokuthi ungakusho ungachaza ngaphandleni nje kuleya banga le-1 meter.
But the equipment that we were using to process the crime scene, you had the full equipment, including equipment to determine whether there is a prime residue on the surface or on the body of the person that was shot. You had that equipment.
My lord, we don't do primer residue tests. It's done by LCRC or crime scene management. They are the ones who are taking the primer residue test. And what I want to explain is there's a difference between propellant powder and primer. So those things are not the same thing. If you do the primer residue test, the primer is when you fire a shot, the firing pin of the firearm strikes the primer. That primer ignites, it acts like a matches, whereby it will create flame that will ignite the propellant powder. And after burning that thing, the ashes that comes from that primer are the ones that we'll be looking at to check if there's any primer residue on it. And then for a distance, we're using the unbent and partially bent propellant powder that comes from the muzzle of the firearm. If a shot is fired, not all the powder that is inside the cartridge will be completely bent. Some of it won't bend, but it will be pushed by the gas that comes from the burning ones. So when it exits, it can only travel for about a meter.
Yes.
Then we use that for distance determination.
Ukhuluma ngento embili-ke ezahlukile-ke angichaze ukuthi kunaloko okubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-propellant powder kanye futhi-ke kune-primary residue, into embili-ke lezo ezihlukene, futhi akuthina-ke abenza leyo msebenzi leyo yilaba ababizwa ngokuthi i-LCRC noma-ke i-crime scene management, yibona-ke ababhekayo ngoba-ke i-prime residue yile esalela ngasemuva-ke isibhamu sesiqhumile-ke uma sekubhekwa-ke noma ubufakazi-ke kubhekwe kufunwa yona-ke i-prime residue, kodwa-ke lokho akwenziwa yithini.
All right. So, in other words, any evidence relating to the test on a primer residue will be given by the officers from the LCR.
My lord, the LCRC and crime scene management, they will only collect it
Yes.
on the hands if they need to collect them, maybe the suspect or the victim or the witnesses, and then they send it to crime to the lab to scientific analysis for analysis so that they can check if there's any presence of prime on the equipment that they use to collect it.
Umbuzo uthi ke manje ke ubufakazi ke ophathelene nayo ke leyo mpuphu leyo ebizwa ngokuthi ke primary residue buzokwethulwa ke ilabo okhuluma ngabo eTRC. Bona ke abakwenzayo ukuthi nje uma ngabe ke kunomsolwa abasolwa ofakazi abantu abebekhona ke kuleyo ndawo yesigameko bayabheka yini ukuthi iyatholakala bese ke bayakuthumela bona.
So when you departed the crime scene on the 27th of October 2014, you did not leave with any exhibits?
No, my lord, we don't collect any exhibits from the crime scene.
Yes.
Ngathi ke usuhamba ke usuqedile kwenza umsebenzi wakho ngazo i27 October 2014 kule ndawo yesigameko abukho ubufakazi wahamba nabo cha thina ke asihlanganisi noma sithathe ke ubufakazi kwindawo zesigameko.
Okay, just for interest sake, I'll ask you why you are not supposed to take the exhibits from the crime scene, if I may ask.
Why am I not supposed to
Yes,
take?
ballistic experts. If there are exhibits, why are you not allowed to take them?
My
Because
lord,
there's a question that I'll ask at a later stage which might be relevant and relate to the same question.
my lord, if I attend the crime scene, I'll attend the crime scene to conduct a reconstruction of the crime scene or crime scene examination. And if LCRC is at the crime scene, their mandate is to document the crime scene and collect all the evidence from the crime scene and send it to the lab for analysis.
Uma ngiyake kwindawo yesigameko okwami ke ukwenza ukuthi ke ngenze umsebenzi ngibhekeke lapha kwindawo leyo yesigameko uma ukuthi ke kunalabo beLCRC ibona ke abazobhala ke babasho ke futhi bathatheke nobufakazi bese beyahambisa ke bebunikisa elab.
So whether the crime scene was contaminated, terminated or whatever way, that's not your duty to give evidence on such. Say for instance, the crime scene has been contaminated, all right? There were no tapes when you arrived there. Will you be able to give evidence in court that this crime scene was contaminated? Is it your duty?
My lord, when we say the crime scene was contaminated, it depends on what are we referring to.
Yes.
If we say the crime scene was contaminated, how contaminated was it?
Yes.
Then
I'm getting there. Say for instance, I'm giving you an example. If blood was removed or was wiped from the floor, are we not talking about contamination of the crime scene?
if blood was removed or wiped
Yes,
from the crime scene,
by maybe the member of the family or any other person, is that not contamination?
that might be contamination in a way, but depends on what examination are you doing. If I'm doing a reconstruction of the crime scene and I would expect blood to be there, I will write it on my report that based on the injuries sustained, I would expect blood to be on this. If the blood was, then I wouldn't say that blood, but I would only say that I would expect blood to be on the scene.
Kuya ngokuthi ke sikhuluma ngani ke uma sisithi ke noma uthi ke ukhona ke okwenziwa ke kudawo yesigameko noma ke okuphazamisa okhona ke uma uthi mhlambe ke kunomuntu owasusa noma ke owasula ke igazi, mina ke uma ngibhala owami umbiko ke ngizothi uma ubuka ke ukulimala lokho bengizolindela ngeke ngithi igazi bengizolindela ukuthi ke likhona ke igazi engalithola ke uma ubheka ukulimala.
So from what I'm going to put to you, I'm subject to correction. But there's evidence that in this court that there was a lady, Mapiri, who was cleaning the house after the incident of shooting. Is that not contamination?
My Lord, it can be contamination, but what we're looking at is contamination based on which evidence are we looking at?
Say.
Uma uthi ke angithi ke ngisenga lungiswa ke la uma kuthi ngenza iphutha kodwa khona ke ufakazi phambi kwalenkantolo ukuthi ke ukhona ke umama obizwa ngokuthi uMaphiri okuyena ke owa kulena ke khona lapha yana kuya ngokuthi ke yibuphi lobufakazi esibhekayo ke noma ke esikhuluma ngabo.
All right. My question is very simple. And I want you to be specific and precise when you give me this answer. If you say it can be contamination, you are misleading me. My question is, there's evidence before this court that there's a certain lady, Mapiri, who was cleaning the house after the incident. So is that not contamination? Is that not removal of the evidence?
I don't know whether it's correct to put it as high as that she was cleaning the house after the incident.
And when she was clearing the table.
Yes, and there was also water there in the passage.
Yeah.
That's why I said I'm subject to correction, because I was not there when she was giving evidence. But the fact that there are certain things that she did after the incident of shooting, is that not contamination?
That's why my lord, I said it might be contamination, but if he removed some of the object maybe from the crime scene, those doesn't affect my findings. When I do my reconstruction, all the relevant evidence that was on the scene, I found it there. The position of the bullet was there, the bullet holes was there, and I could find all those things.
Kungenzeka-ke ukuthi-ke ungabhiza-ke lokho ukuthi ukuphazamisana-ke nendaba yesigameko uma uthi zikhona-ke izinto awazisusa-ke, kodwa lokho-ke azange-ke kube nomthelela-ke kuloko mina-ke engakuthola-ke. Mina kuphenyo lami engalenza-ke ngathola-ke ukuthi ngempela yayikhona-ke imbobo yenhlamvu eyayilaphayana, kwakhona-ke ukulimala okwakukhona. Ukuthi wasusa izinto-ke lokho akuzange kube nomthelela kuloko engakwenza.
Okay, let me put it this way. Upon your arrival or during the processing of the crime scene, did you see any blood on the floor?
So I did find blood on the scene, and it was in the sitting room or the living room there.
Igazi ngalithola-ke lona laphayana, cabanga ukuthi-ke kubizwa ngokuthi-ke sitting room yandlu.
So there was no blood in the kitchen?
There was no blood in the kitchen.
Ekitchen lalingekho-ke igazi.
All right. So let's move on. The tins or the containers of alcohol, did you find them on the table or around in the house? Did you find the empty tins of alcohol?
My lord, I cannot say they were there or they were not there. I didn't check them, I didn't look for them, because they are not ballistic related evidence. So I only look at ballistic related evidence on the crime scene.
Ukuthi-ke ayekhona-ke amakani ayengenalutho otshwala aye lapho-ke mina angeke ngithi ayekhona, ngeke ngithi ayengekho, ngoba awahlangene nophenyo engilwenzayo noma awahlangene nomsebenzi wami mina ongiwenzayo ekuwumsebenzi omayelana nezibhamu nenhlamvu.
All right. Now let's get into the lead. You mentioned that there was a lead that was around the hole or the damage on the floor. If I'm quoting you correctly, was there any lead, umtofi, around?
My lord, there was lead, bullet lead. Because when you look at that damage on the floor,
yes,
it's almost in a circular shape.
Yes.
And what happened is the bullet that were used are the what we call the CMJ bullets.
Lapha phansi-ke yebo-ke okhona-ke uthobho wenhlamvu owatholakala-ke, ngoba uma ubheka lokwakulimala-ke okhona lapha phansi wabona-ke ukuthi-ke iy'nhlamvu ezasetshenziswa laphayana ilezi ey'bizwa ngokuthi CMJ
bullet. Now the CMJ bullet is softer than the tire.
Manje yona-ke i-CMJ leyo-ke ithambile-ke kunawo uthayela.
The shot fired in a 90 degree, what will happen? It will be that what we call the terminal ballistics, where you have effect of the bullet on the target and vice versa, the effect of the target on your bullet. Now in this instance, because your bullet is softer than the target, your bullet fragmented, so the lead particles were found around the impact of the bullet, where the bullet has hit. And some of the fragments were dispersed to different directions.
Lana ke ngoba ke inhlamvu kuyiyona ke ethambile ke kunothayela ke ingakho ke owathola ke lo yamthovi ke wenhlamvu ke khona lapha yana phansi kwase kuba yiyona ke manje inhlamvu ethola ukuthi ke kube yiyona ke elimalayo ngoba ithambile kunothayela.
So it is further your evidence that if there was a person next to the place next to the hole where a fire was shot, that person is likely to be injured by the...
My lord, I said because it hits at an angle of around 90 degrees, your bullet will hit and it will fragment. Some of the lead fragments will be dispersed to any direction. Whoever will be around that area,
Yes.
there's a possibility that they will be hit by those fragments of the bullet.
Engikushilo ke ukuthi ke nanjengoba ke inhlamvu leyo ke isishaya lapha yana phansi ke izothi ke lo mthubi ke uma usu sabalala ke noma ubani ke oseduze lapha ke angashaywa ke yiloko kona lokho okuya kuyona ke inhlamvu uma isishaye phansi.
So there's evidence that there was a lady that was injured, Zandile Kumalo, was injured as a result of the fragmentation of the bullet.
That is correct, my lord. If she was hit by those, it means that she was within that vicinity when the shot was fired, when that bullet hit the tire.
Uma kuwukuthi ke usho ukuthi kunobufakazi obunjalo ukuthi uZandile Khumalo ke washayeka ke uma ukuthi wayeseduze ke lapho yebo ke wayesengashayeka.
All right. Now let's get into you went to, the following day, you went to Jimiston Mortuary, government mortuary.
That's correct, my lord. The next day I attended the post-mortem.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke manje ke ngelanga elilandelayo ngase ngiya khona ke emakhazeni aseJimiston la ekwenziwa khona ke i-post-mortem.
So it's your evidence that you took measurements from the front part of the body and the back part of the body.
That is correct, my lord. I did that.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke ngase ngihlala ke umzimba lowo ke ngaphambili nangasemuva.
So your evidence is that from the soul of the deceased, measuring from front, you came up with 1.34 meters. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord. What I did, I measured the entrance wound which was on the chest.
Yes.
From the wound downwards to the floor or to the ground, and it was 1.34, approximately 1.34 meters.
Correct.
And then I've measured the exit wound at the back, which was a little bit lower than that, which was of 1.26 meters to the heel or to the ground.
Uma ngikala ke ngasuka khona ke la inhlamvu yangona khona ke la ngaphambili ukuya ke phansi ngathola ke uba 1.34 amameter ngase ngikala ke la emuva ke la inhlamvu yaphuma khona ke ukuyofika ke ezantsi yona ke yayisezantsi kwaku 1.26 meter.
All right. When you measured the door from the floor to the damage, you said it was 1.20.
That's correct, my lord.
Uma ke sentala wona ke umyanisona ke isicabha ke ukuya la ukulimala kwakukhona ke ngathi u1.20.
So that means that bullet dropped with 6 centimeters downwards after it came out of the body of the deceased. The measurement from the damage on the door to the floor, you said it's 1.20. Am I correct?
On the door. That's
Yes.
correct, yes.
Sorry?
That's correct, yes.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi ke la ukusuka phansi kuke la isiqapha salimala khona kwaku 1.20.
From that measurement of 1 point, from the door, the damage, from where the damage is on the door, what level is that damage on the door from the basin that was next to the door?
From the basin?
Was it in the same level, lower level or upper level, the basin?
It was, I think, the damage on the door was higher than the basin in the house.
Ukulimala noma la isiqapha salimala khona ke kunozinki ke uzinko na ke wawungenzansi kunala isiqapha saselimele khona.
So, when you took all these measurements, so what type of a tape measure were you using? Is it an ordinary tape measure or is a specific tape measure that you are using?
I was using the ordinary tape measure.
Ngangisebenzisa ke i-tape measure lena ke ejwayelekile ke uma ngikala khona lapho.
Are you in possession of the tape measure right now?
No, I don't have it with me now.
Angiyiphethe ke la mina manje.
I wanted us to take those measurements and see precisely what we have taken as whether this will be the true reflection of your evidence, but we'll organize the tape measure.
Any tape measure?
I don't know, the one that you're using.
At the scene I was using a normal tape measure, but currently in the car I've got a laser measurement.
Ngangisebenzisa ke ejwayelekile kodwa manje emotweni nginale babiza ngokuthi ke i-laser.
No, I want you to use the one that you use on
No, I don't have it with
the
me.
normal one.
I don't have it with me.
Lena ejwayelekile ke angiyiphethe kumina.
Can you organize it? Maybe after lunch or during lunchtime.
I'll see if I can organize it from somewhere else.
Ngizobona ukuthi khona la engayithola khona.
All right. Can we move on to when you received a call on not to receive a call, sorry. On the 13th of November, if not the 15th of November 2024, when you received the exhibits.
2020?
Was it November 15, 2014? The first test on a firearm, on the ammunition that was brought to you, when was it done? Was it not November 2014?
Is it on the other report?
Sorry?
Or is it on the other report or the same report?
I think it's on Exhibit B. It says it's paragraph 3. On the 13th of November 2014, do you see that? Sorry?
Which page?
Exhibit X in brackets 13B. Paragraph 3 of that exhibit. It's your affidavit, a 212 statement.
Paragraph 3.
It's paragraph 3. It starts with on the 13th of November 2014.
Page missing.
Page 13B. There's a page missing.
Yeah.
About 2.6 equals to paragraph 5.
Yeah, on the 13th of November 2014.
Yes.
Yeah, I have it now with me.
Yes. Can you please read that paragraph for me?
On the 13th of November 2024, during the performance of my official duties, I received 2 sealed evidence bags with numbers PA 40003840341 and PA 5003427115 Juliet. from case administration section of the ballistics section containing the following exhibits.
Ngeyi-13 zikaNovember 2014 ngisenza-ke umsebenzi wami ngathola-ke iy'khwama ey'mbili zobufakazi ey'valiwe enale number PA 40003840334
It's I.
I kanye futhi naye-ke PA 5003342715J kuwona-ke ababizwa ngokuthi ama-case administration kuyona-ke i-section ye-ballistic naloko okulandelayo.
Right. Evidence back with number PA 400384034I containing 19mm parabellum Beretta Model 92FS compact single and double action semi-automatic pistol with serial number BER 190037 and 2 magazines and a black holster and a firearm license.
Ngathola-ke lokho okulandelayo i-9mm i-parabellum i-P Beretta i-model i-92FS bizwa ngokuthi-ke i-compact i-single kanye-ke ne-double action i-semi-automatic i-pistol ene-serial number u-BER 190037 nama-magazine amabili i-holster emnyama kanye futhi-ke ne-license yesibhamu.
So in other words, that was the correct procedure that was followed for you to receive those exhibits.
That is correct, my lord.
Ingabe iyona-ke indlela yokwenza-ke noma kusetshenziswa ngayo-ke lena-ke owathola ngayo lamazibiti yebo kuyiqiniso.
So proceed.
Right, 3.2, it's 6 9mm parabellum caliber cartridges or rounds, not marked.
Bese kuthi-ke u-3.2 awu-6-ke ama-cartridge noma-ke amagobolondo ayo-ke i-9mm parabellum futhi-ke aye ngamakiwe.
Sorry, Colonel, before you proceed, just to interject, you mentioned the firearm license. Did you see the number? Who was the owner of it?
No, I didn't look at the owner of the firearm.
Ukhulumile-ke lana nange-license yesibhamu wabheka yini ukuthi kwakuwubani umnikazi-ke uthi cha angakubhekanga-ke ukuthi umnikazi kwakuwubani.
So this bullet that was brought to you for testing, and the reason for bringing the license, the firearm license, was it to prove that the firearm was legitimate or legal or not legal? Was it to prove ownership, or was it to prove that it was used during the commission of an offense?
My lord, it was sent to be compared with the bullet just to test if it's not the firearm that was used at the scene.
Manje-ke le nhlamvu-ke owayithunyelwa-ke ukuthi uyivivinyeke kanye futhi nayo-ke ilayisenisi kwakuyini-ke kwakuwukuthi-ke ubheke ukuthi yisibhamu esemthethweni yini noma kwakuyini inhloso kwakuwubheka-ke ukuthi-ke kwakuyisona yini noma kungasona yini isibhamu leso esasetshenziswa-ke kuyona-ke indawo yesigameko.
My concern is the ownership. I want the person who was the owner of that license or of that firearm, because there was a license.
My lord, there was license with it, but I didn't look at the license. I didn't look at the owner of the firearm. My concern was to compare the firearm with the bullet, but not to know who the owner is. Normally when we work on exhibits, we receive exhibits, we work on those exhibits, we don't even know who the owners of those firearms are.
Manje-ke mina-ke ungihluphayo lana-ke ukuthi kwakune-license eyayikhona-ke laphayana ukuthi-ke kwakuwubani umnikazi waleso sibhamu. Okwami-ke yebo ngiyasho-ke ukuthi yayikhona, kodwa-ke okwami akusikhona-ke ubheke ukuthi umnikazi ubani umnikazi, ukuthi-ke ngenze lokho engicele ukuthi ngikwenze. Maningi-ke amazibithi esisebenza ngawo asazi ukuthi abanikazi bawo noma lezo zibhamu lezo obani.
Were any photos that were taken when you received those exhibits? Did you take any photos, or any person took photos on those exhibits, including the license?
No, we don't take photos of exhibits that we receive.
Ingaba sikhona yini ithombe-ke zalawo mazibithi lawo noma labo bufakazi lobo obusebenza ngabo kanye futhi nayo-ke leyo license leyo cha asiyithathi-ke iy'thombe zobufakazi esisebenza ngabo.
My lord, may I approach my colleague Advocate Baloyi?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Sir, I just verified the information relating to the license of that firearm. My colleague has confirmed that firearm belongs to Chico Twala.
My lord, I don't know who the firearms owner is.
Kodwa ke ukhuluma manje ke nomshushisi uyavuma ke ukuthi leso sibhamu leso kwakuyisibhamu sika Chico Twala uthi mayiphendula ke angazi ukuthi kwakuyisibhamu sikabani.
This one bothers me because Chico was not in the crime scene when this offense was committed. My concern is, why did they take Chico Twala's firearm for testing if he was not in the crime scene? That's what bothers me, because you said the purpose of bringing or to do examination was to determine whether the exhibits that were found in the crime scene matches with the ammunition or of a particular firearm. A firearm that was brought to you belonged legally to Chico Twala. My question is, if Chico Twala was not in the crime scene, or maybe let me reserve it for Kininda. I'll reserve it for Kininda, that question.
My lord, I do not know who the owner of that firearm is, and it's not the only firearm that I have received to compare with this bullet.
Okumhluphayo ke lana ukuthi ke uChico Twala ke ngathi ke kwenzeka isigameko lesike wayengekho ke lapho. Sengihlusha ke ukuthi ke ngoba ushilo ke ukuthi ke inhloso ukuthi ke uqhathaniseke ukuthi ke leyo nhlamvu leyo wayithola iyahlanganini nesibhamu leso, bese ngishilo ke ukuthi angimazi umnikazi futhi akusona kuphela ke isibhamu engasithola ke leso ukuthi ngiqhathanise naleyo nhlamvu leyo.
But what can associate Chico Twala with the testing of that firearm is the presence of Longwe at the crime scene when Senzo was shot. That's how they are linked, Chico and Longwe. Chico is the father to Longwe. And there's a theory that I'm going to prove it later on, that Longwe is the one who fired a shot to Senzo Meyiwa. So I just want to know.
My lord, I cannot comment on that one, because as I said, this is not the only firearm that they have sent for analysis or to compare with this bullet. There's other firearms that I have compared with this, and they were all negative with the bullet.
Mina ke ngakutshela kona ke kodwa phela ke ongahlanganisa ke uChico nendawo ke yesigameko indodana yakhe ke ekuwulongwe Twala futhi ke ngizokuveza ke lokho kamuva ke ukuthi ke uyena ke ulongwe owadubula ke lapho kwase kushayeka yena ke uSenzo. Masephendula ke ufakazi uthi cha angimazi ke umnikazi waleso sibhamu noma akukho engakusho kulokho futhi ke akusona ke phela isibhamu leso esathunyelwa kumina ukuthi ngisibheke noma ngiqhathanise futhi ke zonke ke kwatholakala ukuthi ke zi-negative.
In answering your question, or to address you on the aspect of this is not the only firearm that you are giving evidence on this particular firearm. I'm not asking you about other firearms. I'm mainly concerned about your evidence here, sir.
Yeah, my lord, the question was specifically this firearm, who's the owner? But I said I don't know the owner, but why is this firearm sent to you? I said this is not the only firearm, there are other firearms. Why is this not the same question with the other firearms, that why are all these firearms sent to be compared if their owners were not at the scene?
Lana ke bemphendula ke umbuzo ongibuza wona ke ukuthi kwakungani ke ukuthi ke kuthunyelwe lesi sibhamu kuwena ke yila engiphendula khona ke ukuthi ke angangimazi umnikazi angazi futhi akusona kuphela ke isibhamu esathunyelwa kumina ke ingani ke loyo mbuzo loyo ungawubeki ke nangezinye izibhamu lezi engithi nazo zathunyelwa kumina.
Okay, it's fine. I'll do so as you so please. But let me just put it this way. Let me just address this part. At this time, on the 3rd of November 2014, Brigadier Kininda was not the investigating officer in this case. Do you know that?
Yes, I know that, my lord. 2014.
Okay. ngazo i-3 November ke kuyena ke u2014 uyakwazi ukuthi ke uBrigadier Ginini kwangasiyena ke umphenyi waleli cala yebo ngiyakwazi lokho.
And what I've noted, the correct procedure was followed. You received the exhibit from the case administration. You did the testing and the examination of the firearm. As a result, the results were negative. I'm happy about that evidence. And that the fact that I have to emphasize Brigadier Kininda was not an investigating officer at that time. Let's move on.
Sorry, for my own understanding, the assertion now which you are putting, are you linking it to the fact that you say the firearm which was the license of the alleged firearm which he also examined?
Yes.
Belonged to Chico Twala?
Correct.
Right? And then you extrapolate that fact to say that you will tell him that it is Longwe who fired the shot. How do you link the two?
No. I'm saying Chico Twala is the owner of the firearm.
Right? And he's the father to Longwe, you say?
He's the father to Longwe.
Right.
Longwe was at the crime scene when Senzo was shot.
Right.
But Chico was not there.
Right.
My concern is why the investigating officers at that time had to take the firearm that belonged to Chico for examination. That was my main concern.
Irrespective of the relationship of Chico and Longwe.
Longwe is the one, that would be the assumption to say, because Longwe was present,
Yeah.
that's the reason why they had to go to Chico's Twala to take his firearm for examination.
Yeah,
but there must be a theory grounded from there.
Oh, I see. So
Yes.
the fact that you're saying, you're putting it to this witness, that you're not actually putting the assertion, you're indicating
Yes.
that theory, which you allude to, says that it is Longwe who shot Senzo.
That's
Did I hear
correct.
you properly?
That's correct.
Okay, fine.
And I'll put it further to you that the firearm that Longwe used to shoot Senzo was a 38 special revolver, not a 9mm.
My lord, there was no evidence of a 38 special revolver or any revolver at the crime scene. The only evidence that was at the crime scene was a 9mm bullet that was recovered.
Okunye futhi engizokutshela kona noma engizokusho kwenake ukuthi isibhamu esasetshenziswa uLongwe ukudubula uSenzo kwakuyi-38 special kwangasiyona-ke i-9mm. Umephendula-ke ufakazi ukuthi abukho ubufakazi ukuthi-ke noma okukhuluma-ke nge-38 special. Ufakazi-ke ukuthi-ke isibhamu esasilaphayana kwakuyi-9mm.
I know why I'm asking this question, but these questions are not related to you, sir, to be honest. There were police officers, senior officers, who attended the crime scene just after Senzo was shot. Senior officers. But this is not relevant to you. Let's move on. May I move on, my lord?
Yes,
If
yes.
the court is satisfied with. So now, after the testing, the firearm was negative, and thereafter, now, according to the evidence given by Brigadier Kininda and Mhola, Sergeant Mhola, was that they were appointed in 2018 as the investigating officers under CAS 636 of 10/2014.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to get into your way. You are saying, and the firearm which you tested, which was accompanied by a license,
Correct.
That's correct, my lord.
was negative. You both agree.
Yes.
And now you are saying your learned colleague Baloi informs you that the license of that firearm, of the license which was
Tested.
seen
Yes.
by the colonel here,
Yes.
was belonging to Chico.
That's correct.
Is that also how you understand the evidence?
That's correct.
Right. Now, this court doesn't know that firearm, which allegedly was accompanied by a license from which belongs to Chico. What type of firearm is that? Is it a 38 special? Is it an AK-47? Because this you gloss over, both of you.
It has been described, my lord, in
That's
paragraph
what?
3.1.
Yes, we want to hear him say it. Or you tell him that it is this, because you have already told him that long way shot Senzo with a 38 special.
Correct, yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
So that firearm, what was it?
It's a 9mm. It's described in paragraph 3.1.
Paragraph 3.1, it was
It's a 9mm.
One
It's a
9mm parabellum.
It's not a 38 special.
No, my lord, it's not a
Fine,
38 special.
Fine. So that everybody understands.
lana kumehlulo lifuna ukwazile ngoba kukhulunywa ngesibhamu-ke uthi yena-ke akasakazi-ke noma-ke akushiwongo-ke ummeli kanye naye-ke ufakazi ukuthi isiphi lesibhamu ngoba lana-ke kukhulunywa nge-38 manje-ke ibhaliwe-ke la ku-3.1 ukuthi-ke lesibhamu lesi-ke kukhulunywa ngaso-ke lana kuyisona-ke kuthiwa kadubuka usenzo kwakuyi-9mm parabellum kungasiyona i-38 special.
May I proceed?
Yeah, yes.
So now, as I was putting to you that there's evidence before this honorable court that in November 2018, there were investigating officers that were appointed. That is Gininda, Mohola, Mohane, Mabena, to investigate the docket 636 of 10/2014. I'm just putting it to you.
My lord,
Now,
what I'm aware of, there was a number of investigating officers who were appointed to work on these cases. It's a lot of, I don't know them all, and I don't know when was Brigadier Gininda and his team appointed to work on this case.
Engikutshela kona-ke manje ukuthi ngaye-ke uNovember ka-2018 ngaphansi kwakhe-ke ukha 636/10/2014 uBrigadier Gininda, uMkhula, uMuhane, uMabena baqokwa-ke ukuthi beyibona-ke abaphenya leli cala. Mephendula-ke uthi-ke baningi noma bebaningi-ke ababephenya leli cala-ke futhi angazi nokuthi-ke uBrigadier Gininda nethimba lakhe bona baqala nini ukuphenya leli cala.
so my point is, the firearm that was brought to you for testing as per your affidavit under paragraph 3.1, that was the only firearm that was brought to you for examination.
No, my lord, as I said, it's not the only firearm that I have received for
Sorry,
examination.
let me rephrase it. Relating to this case.
That's correct.
Because when you receive it under case number 636.
That's correct, my lord. That's what I'm saying. In this
In this
specific case,
yes.
this is not the only firearm that I have examined or compared to this bullet. There's a number of firearms that I have compared with this bullet.
Bese ngishilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi mayelana naleli cala leli-ke lesibhamu engikhuluma ngaso lana akusona kuphela-ke isibhamu esalethwa kumina-ke ukuthi ngiqhathaniseke nale nhlamvu-ke khona nezinye ibhamu ezalethwa kumina ukuthi ngivivinyeke noma ngiqhathanise nayo le nhlamvu leni.
But for the first time, to do examination on a particular firearm, it's your evidence firstly that you were called by Brigadier Gininda on the 1st of June 2020, correct?
Which firearm, my lord? Can you rephrase the question?
Please listen to my question, Kenneth.
That's what I'm
saying,
listening to the question.
for the first time, you were called on the 1st of June 2020 by Brigadier Gininda relating to 636 case.
Was the first time?
Yeah.
I can't remember when was the first time.
In your evidence, you said
ukuthi-ke yiliphi ihlandla lokuqala ngifonelwa-ke uyena-ke uBrigadier Gininda ngoba-ke umele unikeza ngedate engeyi-1 zikaJune 2020.
in your evidence, in your affidavits, you stated that you received a call from Brigadier Gininda on the 1st of June 2020, whereby he said there's a person of interest that he wants you to assist him with. Do you remember that evening?
That's correct, my lord.
Ubufakazi bakho ke noma ke kusona ke statement sakho sifungelo ushilo wathi ke kwamngeyi first noma ngeyi 1 ka June 2020 uma uthola ke ucingo olubuya ke na ke uGininda athi ke ukhona ke umuntu ke awubhekiwe ke noma ke ambhekile ke afisa ukuthi umsize ngaye yebo kuyiqiniso.
Was it the first time to interact with Brigadier Gininda on that day regarding this case?
My lord, it was not the first time I interacted with Brigadier Gininda. Before this, the day that he contacted me, there was a meeting that was held where all the officers who were involved in the investigations were called, and I attended that meeting. So there was a number of investigating officers. That's when I interacted with Brigadier Gininda on that meeting. And then after that, that's when he called me on this incident that we are referring to now.
Ngale 1 ka June 2020 kwangasilona ke ihlandla loqala uBrigadier Gininda ke noma ke ngihlangana naye noma ngikhulumisana naye ke mayelana nalecala leli ke ngaphambi kwalokho ke kwakunomhlangano owawukhona ke laba futhi ke kwabizwa futhi naba bonke ke laba babekhenya ke icala leli noma ababelikhenya ngaphambilini ke yila engahlangana naye khona ke Brigadier Gininda wase emuva kwalokho ke exhumana nami ke ngalo lelanga lelanga 1 ka June 2020.
On the 1st of June 2020, when he telephoned you, he requested you to meet at Villaria police station.
That is correct, man.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi uma esexhumana nami ke ngayizo le 1 ka June 2020 wacela ke ukuthi asihlangane ke police station yase Villaria.
That's where you met, and he requested you. He firstly, before you performed those, according to his request, he requested you if this could be of assistance to determine a person who might be the person who shot Senzo.
My lord, that's correct. He asked me with the height of the person.
Yes.
Will I be able to determine if the person can be the shooter, or can be, if we compare it with the trajectory that I have determined on the crime scene, the height of a person, will it make a difference, or will it specifically point to a specific person that this person with this height is most likely the person who could have shot this person? And I said, no, it's not possible with the height, because if you look at the person's hand or arm, it can change direction, it can change the height, you can either shoot straight from shoulder level or from any other position. So it's not going to be possible to determine if the person with this specific height can be exclusively say that is most likely the person who could have shot this.
Yena ke wayibuza noma icela ke kumina ke ukuthi ke uma ubheka ke umuntu ukuthi umuntu ungakanani ke fishane mudeke noma ukuthi ke lokho kungasiza yini ukusho ukuthi kungaba uyena ke lo muntu loyo okwaba uyena ke okwadubula uSenzo. Ngase ngisho ke ukuthi cha lokho angeke kusizeke ngoba ke naso ke isandla somuntu kuya ngokuthi ke sasime kanjani ke ngenkathi sidubula. Ngakho ke angeke uma ubheka ukuthi umuntu ungakanani ukuthi lokho kungasiza ukusho ukuthi ubani noma uyena owadubula.
So in other words, your answer was negative according to the request.
Yes, my lord, I said it's not going to be possible, but let's try and see what we can get from the height of this person.
Ngasho ukuthi ke lokho ngeke kwenzeke kodwa ke asibheke ke sibone ukuthi singatholani ke uma sibheka ke lo muntu ukuthi ungakanani.
So what Brigadier Gininda asked you, was it part of your job description?
That is correct, my lord.
Lokho awayekubuza noma ecela kona ke ukuthi ukwenze uBrigadier Gininda ingaba kuyingxenye yini yomsebenzi wakho? Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
So you agreed on the 1st of June 2020 you went to Villaria police station where you met my client Sibia, correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo ke ngazo i1 ka June lezo 2020 ngase nivuma ke saya eVillaria police station ila esahlangana khona ke naye uSibia.
So you took the height of Sibia, it was 1.7 something.
I can't recall the height, but yes, I did. I took the height of Sibia.
Angisakhumbuli ke ukuthi uma ngikala ke uSibia ke ngatholani ke kodwa yebo kona ke ngakwenza lokho.
You took also the height, you measured the shoulder, from the
level.
shoulder to.
That is correct, my lord. I did that.
Ngakwenza ke lokho okusuka ke ehlombe.
And you also measured the elbow.
That's correct, my lord.
nayo ke indololwane.
What was your conclusion? Was he a person at that time after you measured him?
But as I said, it wouldn't be possible with him. The way, if a person, let's say, a short person to hold a firearm, when we look at the trajectory, how the trajectory was, if it's from the shoulder level, there could have been a gap in between. If it's from the hip level, so it could be any angle. So with your arm, it can be from shoulder, hip level. You can raise it any level until higher than your shoulder level. So it's not going to be possible to say.
Even ngapho ngasho ke nakho ukuthi angeke kukhonakale ukuthi ngisho ke ngoba ke kuya ngokuthi ke kungaba noma kuyiphi ke level noma ke kula ehlombeke uhle uze ke phansi kodwa ke ngakho ngasho ke ukuthi nje kwakuzoba into leko engeke ke ukuthi ingenzeke.
But as you say, that exercise was of no assistance. There's nothing that could assist Brigadier Gininda to make a conclusion that it could be Sibia who fired a shot.
That is correct, my lord. I couldn't make any conclusions from that.
Ingakho ke kulokho ke akukho ke engakwa ukuthi nje ngifinyelele kona ke ngisho ukuthi ke ngempela ikona noma ke ngaba uyena.
On the 17th of June 2020, the further received a call from Brigadier Gininda to assist you with another person of interest in Pretoria North, correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngazo i-17 zika June 2020 waphinda futhi ke washayela ucingo ke uyena uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi ke ulekelele ngomunye futhi umuntu ke ambhekile ke ePretoria North yebo kuyiqiniso.
You did the same exercise.
That is correct, my lord.
Nalapho ke waphinda futhi wenza ngaleyo ndlela ke yebo kuyiqiniso.
You were with Brigadier Gininda. You were with Brigadier Gininda when you conducted the second exercise.
The first one I was with Brigadier Gininda. The second one, I think I was with Sergeant. I met Brigadier Gininda, but when I conducted the test, I was this Sergeant, I think Sergeant Mohan.
Yebo okokuqala ke nganginaye ke uBrigadier Gininda kodwa kulena manje ke yangazo i-17 zika June 2020 ngahlangana naye ke uBrigadier Gininda kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi mase ngiyokwenza ke umsebenzi nganginaye uSergeant Mohan.
That's fabrication. Let me put it to you. We are now fabricating evidence.
I'm not fabricating evidence.
That is not in your affidavit. Unless you show me that you were with Mkhane. That's fabrication. And I'll tell you why it is fabrication. Why is it not contained in your affidavit? I listened to your evidence, to the records. You never mentioned Mkhane. You said, let me be precise what you said. You received a call from Brigadier Gininda on the 17th. You did the same exercise. You use you in a plural form. You did the same exercise as you have done with Sibia. That's what you have said.
My lord, with Sibia, I said, I received a call from Brigadier Gininda to meet him there. I met him there. When I did a measurement, I think Sergeant Mohan was also there. I didn't mention Sergeant Mohan.
May I refer you?
The same thing is Pretoria North. In Pretoria North, I met with Brigadier Gininda, and when I conducted the test, I was with Sergeant, I think Sergeant Mohan was also there, but I'd never mentioned him again. When I conduct the test, I don't mention the person who's with me there.
Engikilo ke la asukuthi ke ngiletha obunye ke ubufakazi ukuthi ke yebo ngathola ucingo kuyena uBrigadier Gininda khona ke uma ngizohlangana naye ke uSibiya ngishilo ukuthi ke uyena wangishayela ucingo kodwa ke angimchazanga nalapho ke Mkhane wayekhona ke nokwesibili ke futhi ngashayelwa uyena uBrigadier Gininda Mkhane khona ke angisho ke ukuthi nganginobani uma ngenza ke yona leyo test leyo.
So you say you met Gininda where? Brigadier Gininda where?
He came to the station also.
Sorry?
He came to the station also.
Naye go Brigadier
Pretoria North.
Pretoria North.
Station Pretoria North.
That's the reason why I'm going there. That's the reason why I'm going there. Mkhane was not mentioned in your affidavit. I listened to the records. Mkhane was not mentioned as being present when you were taking measurements from Danzi. But you mentioned now that Gininda was present at Pretoria North. Is that your evidence?
As a court, please, my lord, I don't think it's fair to say that the witness is fabricating. If we look at the record, the very same record that we've just received of the proceedings of the 30th of August 2023 on page 53, at line 17, witness testified as follows. Right, on 17 June 2020, the investigating officer, Brigadier Gininda, called me again. 53. He said he's got a second person of interest who can be a suspect in this matter, and the person was in Pretoria North, South African Police Services. And I said, let us do the same exercise to see if we can see the difference between the two people. I did the same exercise, and it was Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi. I did the same exercise. I took the height, his height was 1.86 from shoulder level and 1.55. And then the elbow was 1.19. And so on. So the witness didn't say who was present, my lord. He just says, as he's testifying, he was called by Gininda, but as to who was present when he conducted the test, it's not mentioned here. Now he's saying today that Mukhane was present. We submit, my lord, that it's unfair to portray his evidence as being a fabrication.
Lana ke umshushisi uthi ufunda ke kulama record ke aqeda ukulethwa namhlanje ke azo i-30 August 2023 ila ashoyo ke khona ke ufakazi ukuthi ke ngase ngithola ke ucingo kuyena ke uBrigadier Gininda wase engitshela ukuthi kunomuntu wesibili ke ambhekileke naye ke futhi ke osengaba uyena ke umsola kulecala futhi ke loyo muntu loyo use Pretoria North kumaphoyisa akhona ke ngase ngithi asiphindeke senze ke lokho besikwenzileke siboneke umehluko phakathi kwalabantu ababili ngaphinda lokho ongangikwenzile kwakuwubongani Sandiso Ntanzi ngenza ke futhi lokho ke ngatha ngamkala ke kwaku 1.86 emahlombe kwase kuba u1.55 endolo kuyona ke indololwane lana kusho umshushisi ukuthi ke yebo nanje ngoba ufakazi esho ukuthi lana ke akashongo ukuthi wayenobani yiloko futhi akushoyo namuhla ke uthi ke waye kanye naye uMukhane.
Now I want to heal my colleague. Mukhane was not mentioned. That you took the same, you performed the same exercise with Sergeant Mukhane. That's what I'm saying. That is not mentioned in the records, neither in your affidavit. Correct?
My lord, I did the same exercise with all the accused in the case, and I've never mentioned any of the members, police members who were with me at the scene. I only said I received a call from Brigadier Gininda, who said I must come and do that, and I went there, I did that, but I don't mention. Normally when I do this, if Brigadier Gininda is the one who called me, I'll go and attend with him. If you look at my reports on the crime scene, I said I was called by Captain Bentley. I've never mentioned Lieutenant Colonel Mthatho that was at the scene, but she was there at the scene.
Lana engakwenza nokuthi ke ngashayela uyena ke uBrigadier Gininda ucingo kodwa angisho ukuthi nganginobani nkathi ke ngenza ke noma ke ngenza ke leyo test leyo futhi ke ilokho ke engikwenzayo ke ngishilo ukuthi nangenkathi ngifonela uyena ke uCaptain uBentley ukuthi ke noma ngafonela uyena kodwa ngishongo ukuthi uKenneth Mhlahlo wayelapho kodwa wayekhona uMhlahlo khona lapho ilokho ke engikwenzayo.
But is that your evidence that Brigadier Gininda, you met him at Pretoria North?
That's correct, yes.
Yebo ubufakazi bami lokho ukuthi ngahlangana naye ePretoria North uBrigadier Gininda.
During the performance of that exercise, he was not present around Brigadier Gininda.
He was not present
when you were taking those heights, those measurements from Tanzi. He was not present.
I can't recall whether he was with us or but.
Where did you exactly meet Gininda? At Pretoria North Police Station?
We met in one of the offices.
uBrigadier Gininda ngeke ngibe naso isiqiniseko noma wayekhona yini ke uma ngikala yena ke uNtanzi kodwa uma sihlangana ke sahlangana kwelinye lamahhovisi.
But you are certain that Brigadier Gininda was on the 17th of October 17th of June 2020, he was at Pretoria North Police Station. You are certain?
Because I received a call from him, he said we must meet there. I went there to meet him there. And
Are
then
you certain, sir?
that's why I want to explain.
Ngoba bangifonela ke Brigadier Gininda ngazo i-17 wathi asihlangane khona lapho.
I don't want you to explain. You'll explain. It's your right to explain. But my question requires yes or no. Are you certain that Gininda was present at Pretoria North on the 17th of June 2020?
My Lord,
One of the officers.
My Lord, I'm not going to answer a question where I'm told to say yes or no. I need to explain.
Okay, explain, but I want to know whether you are certain or not.
My explanation will go to that. So as I said, I went there. I received the call from him. I went there and I met with him there. I did the measurements. So I'm not sure whether when I do the measurement, I can't recall whether when I do the measurements, he was there with us or he was still in that office, or he was.
Engikushoyo ke ukuthi ke ngathola ucingo kuyena ke wathi asihlangane khona lapho ngaya ke khona lapho anginaso ke isiqiniseko ukuthi uma ngathi ke sengikala ukuthi wayekhona ke noma wayesasele kwelinye kulelo office lelo engithi ngahlangana naye kulona.
The reason why I'm putting more emphasis on this question about the presence of Brigadier Gininda is just that his colleagues, Sergeant Mkhola and Sergeant Maben, sorry, my lord, and Sergeant Mohani, they deny that Gininda was there in Pretoria North. And even Tanzi, when during trial, within the trial, he said Brigadier Gininda was present at Pretoria North on the 17th of June 2020. And this is confirmed by you that Brigadier Gininda was present, was at Pretoria North on the 17th of June 2020. My lord, may we take a long adjournment?
What's the time now? Can we go at past? Can we go at past?
I requested the Colonel to get the tape. I'm not sure if he can get it within 13 minutes.
Hello?
I requested the Colonel,
Yes.
the witness, to get the tape measure. I'm not sure if you will...
Are you going to find it here or at the police station?
My Lord, the only place is where I can get the tape measures at the office, not here.
Hello?
The only place where I can get the tape measures at the office, not
That's
here.
what I thought.
But if Silverton is not farmers. Lunchtime, you can take an hour.
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
I've got a laser measurement that we can use.
You need laser, yes.
Yes, Mr.
Just before we adjourn, my lord, we just want to refer
Is that
you.
about the correction?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention it.
Villeria.
Villeria.
The 1st of June 2020, it was at Villeria where he met Gininda.
Sorry, are we re-examining?
Hello?
No,
You're
we-
still under cross-examination.
Yes,
Now,
no.
I'm done with that aspect.
No,
Mr.
we are objecting. We say, my lord, that that proposition that was put to the witness is not correct. The witness testified that on the first occasion, on the 1st of June 2020, at Villera Police Station, that's when he met Gininda. And on the 17th of June 2020, that's when he said he only received a call from Gininda, and that Mohane was present. My learned friend is making an incorrect proposition to the witness.
No, but...
Okay, fine. You can argue that.
Yeah,
You can argue that. The record has it.
yes.
So when you argue, you can say you were incorrect, blah, blah, blah. So he's saying you can only get the tape in his office.
That's correct, man.
But at the moment, you've got a more sophisticated, accurate tape, a laser beam,
That's correct, man.
which actually
It's more accurate than the tape.
more accurate. Yeah, so what do we do? That's his assertion that he can only get a tape. But you are saying he can get a tape anywhere else.
He must... Sorry, my lord.
Hello?
With respect, I think he must get the traditional one.
Any tape.
The one that...
Not the one he used.
Not
Any-
exactly the one he used,
I
but
see.
the similar.
My lord, I'll check in my vehicle. I might be having one because normally I'm using the laser one. So I might be having the old one in my vehicle.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Gomez, you can go on then, because you wanted to check that, is that not so? You want us to adjourn at 1:30?
Until 2 o'clock, my lord. Until 2 o'clock, please, my lord.
What time should we attend?
My lord, the accused must also have their meals. We suggest that maybe we should resume at 2 o'clock.
At 2, okay, fine, 2 o'clock then. Yes, Mr. Gomezo.
Thank you, my lord. So, Colonel, did you get the tape?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but just to display it, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how to demonstrate this, and who can we use to assist us with the demonstration of these measurements. Can we use the interpreter, my lord? Mr. Jonas, just to take the measurement from the floor to 1.3 and to 1.6, that's all.
Oh, you may not use a court official. Use any other person.
Just for completeness. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, before I proceed, did you take the measurement of the deceased body?
On the deceased body.
Yes.
Meaning the height of the deceased.
The height of the deceased. It's 1 point. We can't use the accused. What can we use?
Mr. Gomezo, what do you want to demonstrate?
The height of the deceased was 1.77.
1 point.
1.77.
My lord, actually I consulted with our ballistic expert.
Yeah, what does he say?
Now, my lord, may I just address the court? He says, according to him, I even indicated to my colleague.
Going to?
I've even indicated to my colleague, Advocate Baloyi, that he does not dispute the trajectory. The measurements are consistent with his findings. So I was of the idea that we can just ask for the sake of completeness, but I can withdraw that question as well.
No, you don't have to withdraw anything. I just want to understand, what do you want to demonstrate?
Yes, I want to check if that 1.34 was the exact measurement from the floor to the entrance wound.
How do you demonstrate that? Because you've got to get a person with what's the
1.7.
the height of the deceased?
The height of the deceased was 1.77.
Yeah, get a person with that height. I don't know where you're going to get him. And then you can say he must demonstrate how he located the wound on the chest and the exit wound at the back. Fine.
Yeah, there's something that I wanted to demonstrate actually, my lord. I'll try to see how can I secure somebody with the height of 1.7. Is it 1.77?
1.77.
Yes. I'm not sure how. Yeah. From speed how? Yeah, 1.2. Yeah, 1.2. 2.1. Sorry, my lord, may it will be difficult to get the person now.
Actually, your laser, ask him. The laser is more accurate.
Actually,
It will actually foretell what you can't prove. Because he'll put it on where it says 1.77 and beam the light. Now you want to do it with Brugger's measurement.
Now, we can use both, my lord. We can use the laser just to give a guideline. May I request the witness to use the laser at the moment?
Yeah, if you want him to use the laser, fine.
Because it's difficult to get the person with such a height.
But for my edification, what is this exercise in aid of? Because the evidence is clear. The deceased Senzo was shot from the front.
Yes.
And this is his evidence. The alleged shooter was a bit taller than Senzo. And the trajectory of the fire or the bullet went downwards. Is that not what you said, sir?
My lord, the entrance wound is a contact shot in the chest.
That's
it's
it, yeah.
higher than the exit wound at the back.
That's the point. So the trajectory
Yes.
is
It's a
certain
downward
angle.
trajectory.
Akusho ukuthi la inhlamvu yangena khona ke lona ke leli inqaba ke lingaphezulu ke uma uqhathanisa naleli lingasemuva la inhlamvu yaphuma khona futhi lona ke lingenzansi ukuthi ke uma idutshulwa ke yadutshulwa ke ukusuka phezulu ukuhla.
But my concern is that the deceased was not standing upright. He was slightly bending forward. Do you agree with me, according to your observation?
My lord, it's difficult to can say that he was bending a little bit front or to the front or was standing up straight. Because if you look at the trajectory, if he's standing up straight, the entrance is just a little bit higher than that. The minute he bends down, it changes the trajectory completely because then the body bends to the front. Your trajectory can be a little bit straight.
Yeah.
And if it's a little bit straight, it doesn't fit to the trajectory or the bullet damage on the door. Because the damage on the door, it will not be in the same level as your entrance and exit wound. So what I could say is most likely was standing up straight, where it enters at the front at the 1.36 and 1.26 at the back, 1.34 at the front,
1.26.
1.26 at the back, and then the door is 1.2. So
Yeah.
it's a downward trajectory, and between the deceased and the door, there's a space, there's an opening. So
Yes.
on that opening, it allows the bullet to travel a little bit down with about 6 centimeters, if you compare. Because if it was against if this bag was against the door, the trajectory that doesn't fit. So he has to move a little bit to the front to create a space where the bullet can get the grace of losing about 6 centimeters to hit the door.
Mr. Jonas, must I proceed? All right. So, when I was listening to your evidence in chief, you cannot rule a possibility that there was a struggle over there between the deceased and the shooter. Can you rule the possibility that there was a struggle?
My lord, since the deceased was shot in a contact shot, it's a loose contact shot. So in a loose contact shot, you cannot rule out the possibility that the deceased deceased hands could have been on the firearm, or there could have been a struggle between the deceased and the shooter.
Uma ubheka ke ukulimala kwakhe ke noma la inhlamvu yangena khona ke kungenze ngoba ke useduze ke awungeke usho ke noma ke ukhipheke ukuthi ke izandla zakhe umufi zazi sibambeleke isibambu noma kwakukhona ke ukubisana ke phakathi kwakhe umufi nalo owamdukula.
Yeah, the probabilities could be two in relation to what I'm going to tell you. If there was a struggle, between the deceased and the shooter, especially on the damage on the floor, and you said it was approximately 90 degrees.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes. So the probability could be if there was a struggle, the firearm could have been facing down. As a result, a 90 degrees shot was fired. Can we rule?
In that instance, where the shot was at 90 degrees to the ground,
Yes.
the firearm will be facing downwards. There's no
Correct.
other direction that it will face. It will be facing downwards. So to say that the distance between the ground and the firearm cannot be determined, but it was definitely facing downwards.
ukuthi-ke kushayeke uthayelane laphayana lokho ayikho enye indlela isibhamu ngabe sasibheke ngakhona sasibheke ezansi kodwa-ke ukuthola-ke ibanga phakathi kwesibhamu nala inhlamvu yashaya khona phansi lokho-ke angeke-ke kutholakale
But the second possibility, that the probability that I want to put in a form of your evidence could be that if there was a struggle between the deceased and the shooter was on the level of a shoulder, a 90 degrees also could be a possibility to strike on the ground, on a level of a shoulder. If they were standing upright, maybe they were fighting for or whatever way they were fighting for, but on a level of a shoulder and a firearm is facing downwards. Could that possibility exist, that at that 90 degrees was shot on that level?
My lord, I cannot comment on the position of the firearm, whether it was at shoulder level. If it's at shoulder level, to turn it at 90 degrees, it's difficult. But if the hand is down, on this, facing downward, this is the most likely it could have been the position. But at this end, and then you shoot down at 90 degrees, it's difficult. It's almost impossible to do that.
Into-ke leyo enzima noma-ke ongathi-ke angeke yenzeke ukuthi-ke babe kule level-ke yehlombe nokuthi isandla bese siyajika-ke sibheka phansi kodwa ongakusho ukuthi-ke isandla-ke sasisenzansi-ke lapho-ke yila inhlamvu-ke manje isingashaya khona phansi.
Okay. Now let's proceed to where we ended before lunchtime. Then you proceeded to accused number 3, where he was, I think he was Johannesburg Correctional
Number
Services.
3 was at Johannesburg Correctional Services.
Yes. You did the same exercise with Brigadier Kininda.
That's correct now.
Yebo-ke ngase ngiye manje-ke ku-accused number 3 yena-ke wayesejohannesburg senza-ke futhi lokho-ke sasikwendileke kwabanye.
Was he present? Was Brigadier Kininda present?
Brigadier Kininda was present. My lord, I just want to rectify. I think I've confused the two incidents. At Villeria, we met first in the office, and then we went to at Pretoria North. Brigadier Kininda called me, and I met Mokhano and someone else. I can't remember who was there, but I can recall that Brigadier was not there.
Lana-ke ngicabanga ukuthi-ke lana ngihlanganiseke ongahlangani eVilleria ngicabanga usahlangana-ke e-police station sasesiya khona lapho-ke ePretoria North-ke wangishayela ucingo uBrigadier Kininda ngicabanga ukuthi ngahlangana lapho noMukhane angazi ubani omunye kodwa lapho khona-ke ePretoria North uBrigadier Kininda wayengekho.
Being a counsel, I'm sorry, Mr. Colonel Mangena. I'll just say it without even shame. I'm a counsel. I'll just tell you that in Sizulu, ukuthi ngibambele intulo. I'll take what you said first.
It's fine, but it's what I can recall now. What I'm saying, that I can recall that he was not there.
Because you had a chance for the whole hour to recall your evidence. You never said that in your evidence in chief. You never said that on the records. You never said that. You're just fabricating it now.
No,
During lunchtime now you think, no, that's not true.
My lord,
Please, my lord, we've been through this. We've referred to the relevant portions of the record, namely page 53 of the record on the 30th of August 2023. Because my learned friend should just revisit the record.
My lord, the witness confirmed that he was with Brigadier Kininda at Pretoria North in one of the offices at the station. I'll just leave it for argument. That is on record. Whether he's fabricating or not, I'll make it as a submission during my argument. Let's just pass.
That's not what the witness said, my lord. He said at Villeria, not at Pretoria North.
Mr. Baloyi, we'll just rewind it if the court so pleases. Let's move to accused number 3. You also did the same exercise.
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi nakenake mangalo isithathu ke saphinda lokho sisebenziseke ngaphambili.
But there's something that you suggested, which did not come from Gininda. After you concluded all these exercises you were performing on the heights of the accused, there's something that you suggested to look for any injury on the leg. Am I correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso kukhona ke into engayiveza ke engabuyekena ke uGininda ubheka ke ukulimala kwakukhona onyaweni.
You are not the investigating officer in this case, correct?
I'm not the investigating officer, but if it's ballistic related, and I've asked that, I will do that.
Yebo angisiyona ke ophenya lecala kodwa ke uma kuwumsebenziki noma kuyinto ke ehlangane nazo inhlamvu nezibhamu ke ngizokwenza ke lokho.
Yeah, it's fine. You can do it at any time. But there's one thing that is strange. That suggestion came when you approach accused number 3. You did not perform that when you're doing it to accused number 1 and 2, correct?
That's correct. I did not perform that. And when I was at home looking at this thing, at work also, I looked at this thing and I looked at the possibility. Then I said, but let me also do this and see if I can find anything from there.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi angizange kwenzeke lokho ke nathi mangalo wesiqala nokwesibili ke kodwa ke lokho ke kungifikeleke sengisemsebenzini ngisekhaya ke ukuthi kodwa ke nalokho kungenzeka ke so angenze lokho.
All right. So this thing came after you've done that exercise from accused number 1 and number 2.
That's correct, my lord. I did that with accused number 3 and also with accused number 4.
Yebo ke lokho kwangifikela ke sengiqedile ngayo okokuqala nokwesibili so ngathi kangikwenzeke lokho kumangalo wesithathu kanye naye ke owesine.
So were you aware of did you have the knowledge of the facts of this case? You didn't discuss the facts of this case with Brigadier Gininda.
The facts of the case on the crime scene itself.
636.
On the crime scene itself.
The facts of this case. The person who shot Senzo, when Senzo was shot, who was in the house, all things that are relevant relating to 636. We did not discuss with him. Driving from wherever, Silverton to Villeria, from Silverton to Protea, wherever, to Kalagabusha, to Lokop, you did not discuss this with Brigadier Gininda, the facts of the case.
My lord, the facts of the case mean I don't know which facts of the case are we referring to. Are we referring to what transpired inside the house, or how did I reconstruct the incident? And
So
how
you
did I
had
get to my
decided,
findings?
all right, let me just put it this way. When you heard about the death of Senzo Meyiwa, it has been reported on the media that how Senzo was shot. So I'm saying to you, when you met Brigadier Gininda, did you have knowledge of the facts that transpired, either through the media or from any other person other than Brigadier Gininda?
My lord, the facts that I had was that I did the reconstruction, and based on my findings on the reconstruction, those are all the facts that I had, where I was sure of my incident, the case.
Mina ke ngangikwazi ke ngalo icala leli ke noma maqiniso nganawo ke ngalo icala leli ilokho engafike ngakwenza ke lapha yana nalokho engakuthola futhi uma ngenza uphenyo lami kwindawo yesigameko.
And Captain Bentley, he did not brief you with the facts as to how this thing happened for you to process the crime scene. He did not brief you about the facts.
My lord, I need clarity on which facts, because I don't know. any
As to
other
how
facts.
Senzo was shot.
How Senzo was shot, that's how I could determine. That's how
How
I
Senzo was shot. I just want to know. If you were not briefed, it's fine. We'll move on. If you were not briefed, I can just leave it for argument, because you are a South African citizen, you work around Pretoria. So let's just leave it for argument. Let's move on. You went to, my concern is that when you approach accused number 3, the suggestion came from you with an attempt to assist Brigadier Kininda to find an alternative way of getting the suspect. That's when you suggested that you should look at a person who was injured, When it's your evidence that when he took out his shoe, then he told you that he was injured when he was playing football.
That is
so?
correct, my lord. That's what he told me.
Yebo kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke masengiya kuyena-ke umangalo wesithathu uyena-ke owangithola-ke uma manje esekhipha-ke isicathulo sakhe ukuthi walimala-ke edlala ibhola.
I'll leave that for Mr. Mnisi to advance on it, but did he consent, did he voluntarily say that to you?
That's correct. He voluntarily said it. The only thing that I've requested from you is that can you take off your shoes and your socks? I just want to check something on your legs.
Yes.
And that's when he said no. The scars that you can see on my legs are from my childhood when I was playing soccer out there.
Yebo into eyaphuma kuyena-ke mina-ke ngamcela nje ukuthi-ke ngicela-ke aphumule-ke isicathulo kanye nesokisi-ke kwase kuphuma kuyena-ke ukuthi-ke uzobona ukuthi nokulimala khona-ke konzeka lokho ngidlala ibhola ngisesemncane.
So what was your response after he did that? What did you do after that? Or what did you say after he has taken out those?
My lord, I didn't say anything. I continued to check, but I couldn't see any scars on the legs.
Angisho ngokutho-ke esengitshelile-ke lokho ngaqhubeka-ke kodwa-ke awekho-ke ama-scar engawabona.
But I'm going back to the same question, to the same evidence that you said, if a person was closer to the person who shot on the ground, could be injured. There was a possibility that even the person who was holding a firearm could have been injured by those, you said fragmented and cause damage to the next person. Was it possible that even the shooter could be injured?
That's correct, my lord. That possibility cannot be ruled out.
Yebo nalokho kwangenzeka-ke ukuthi nanjengoba ngishilo ukuthi umuntu owayeseduze-ke wayesengashaywa-ke leya nhlamvu yashaya phansi ukuthi nalo naye-ke owayedubula noma kwakuyena owadubula naye yayingamshaya.
And after you have checked accused number 3 and you concluded that there were no injuries?
My lord, not necessarily that there were no injuries.
Yes.
I could not see any scars because the fragments would be very small. They could have created very small scars. And if you look at the time when we conducted the test and the time of the incident, it's how many years passed. So the possibility that there could have been injuries and the wounds were healed and the scars were, because they were very small, I couldn't see them.
Angizange ngibone-ke engikushoyo nje ukuthi mina-ke angizange ngibone lutho-ke ubheke-ke isikhathi isigameko esenzeka ngaso nesikhathi-ke ngenza ngawo ama-test-ke kwangenzeka-ke ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso kwawusengaphola-ke.
Based on what you are just saying now, the suggestion that you made to Brigadier Kininda, that means it was fruitless. It was fruitless because it didn't produce any results.
Not necessarily fruitless. If I could have seen something.
But you
then I would
didn't find
suggest.
anything.
But because I didn't find anything.
That's correct.
It's the same as taking all the measurements. I took all the measurements to try and determine something, but I couldn't determine anything
Thank you.
from that. So it's not fruitless. If anything could have transpired there, I would have said something about it. I would have said, this is what I could determine, this is the possibility or the likelihood.
Akusho ukuthi-ke kwakungekho-ke kuyafana nje nalama-measurements engawenzakho ukuthi angizange ngithole ukuthi akusho ukuthi yayingekho-ke leyo nto ukuthi nje akukho engakuthola noma-ke okwatholakala kuwona lokho engangikwenza.
Let's move to accused number 5. You went to where he was kept and you said he refused to be checked. That's what you said.
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo-ke ukuthi umangalo losihlanu yena-ke ngaya kuyena-ke wanqaba.
Number 4, you went to Lokop prison. Then you proceeded with the same exercise to accuse number 4.
That is correct, my lord.
Naku number 4-ke ngokunjalo.
No scars, nothing, no traces of any
I couldn't
injuries.
see anything also.
Nakuyena-ke akukho engakubona.
All right. I just want to understand. But I'll get to it as I'm getting with your evidence. Because you said it's part of your job description to go with the investigating officer to perform such exercises that you have done. It's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. With a ballistic expert going with the investigating officer to make such a follow-up information on the heights of the accused and...
My lord, for us to go out to a crime scene, do reconstruction, we receive requests from the investigating officer, and I cannot do the examinations without the presence of the investigating officer. He must be there when I conduct it. If he asks me, call me and ask me to assist with something, I would go and check. If it's possible for me to assist them, I will assist. And if it's not possible, I'll also tell him that it's not possible to get that.
Thina ukuze ukuthi ke siye endaweni ke siyokwenza ke nosebenza ke uthola ucingo kuyena ke ophenya icala ube uyena ke uma kuukuthi ke yinto engayenza leyo kuzomtshela uma kuukuthi ke yinto engenzeki ke leyo nalapho ke futhi ngizomtshela.
All right, no, it's fine. Let's now get into the date Brigadier Kininda called you, or if he called you or you talked with him regarding the suspect who was sentenced for a firearm. Can you relate on that?
The suspect was...
Sorry, let me just rephrase it. What actually led you to go to... What is that? Cleveland. What led you to go to Cleveland?
Cleveland?
Yes.
My lord, after we went to accused number 3 at Johannesburg prison, Brigadier Kininda informed me that he had information that accused number 3 is the main suspect in this case, and he wanted me to check if the firearm that he was arrested with in Cleveland, can we check the firearm and compare it with the bullets?
Emuva kokuthi sensiyileke kuyena ke umangalo wesikhathu ke eJohannesburg la uBrigadier Kininda waxhumana nami khona ke umbuzo othi yini ebangela ukuthi uye ke eCleveland wasemtshela ke uBrigadier Kininda ukuthi ke uyena msolwa ke kuqala lelo kwakuyena ke umsola noma umangalo wesithathu ucela ke ukuthi angibheke ke ukuthi leso sibambo leso ke saleyo case leyo yase Cleveland singaxhunyaniswa yini nalenhlamvu.
Did you go to Cleveland alone or you were in company of Brigadier Kininda?
When I went to Cleveland, I went alone.
Uma ngiya ke eCleveland ngihamba ngedwa.
So you had the description of the firearm that you were looking for?
My lord, what transpired here is, after telling me that he was giving me the case number of Cleveland, I went to our system and checked with the Cleveland. I could see the lab number on the case number.
Buva kokuthi ke manje sengichazeleke ngayo ke le case yase Cleveland futhi esenginikileke ne case number ngabheka ke ku system yethu ke kanye futhi ke I lab number,
and I got the case file of that Cleveland case. And after getting the case file of Cleveland, I compared the bullets which were fired in that firearm on the Cleveland case by a warrant officer rule officer.
Okay. Ngase manje ke ngithatha ke ne file ke yalela qala leliyana lase Cleveland. Futhi ke ngase ngibheka ke futhi noma sengiqhathanisa ke manje ke kule test leyo eyenziwa uyena ke warrant officer rule officer kuleli yaqala lase Cleveland.
And when I compare the bullet from the crime scene, the Vosloorus crime scene, with the test from the Cleveland case, I could see some similarities, but because of the type of bullets which were in the Cleveland case, the bullets in the Cleveland case were the full metal jacket.
Ngase ngenza lokhu okulandelayo ke ukuthi manje ngiqhathaniseke inhlamvu lena ke yaleqala ke u636 kanye nazo ke inhlamvu ezasetshenziswa khona ke kulela qala lase Cleveland ngoba ke inhlamvu ezasetshenziswa eCleveland ilezi ebizwa ngokuthi ke full metal jacket,
and the bullet on the Vosloorus case was the CMJ, the complete metal jacket.
Bese kuthi ke inhlamvu ke kuleli cala lase phosphorus i-CMJ complete metal jacket.
And the two are the same caliber, but two different materials of the bullet.
Kodwa lezi ke embili ke uma uhlanganisa ke uhlobo noma i-caliber ke eyodwa, that is different. Different, the same caliber. Kodwa ke i-material eyehlukile ke yenhlamvu.
Then I start to compare them, but I could see some class characteristics and some similarities that's when I decided that I need a firearm so that I can shoot the correct test in this firearm.
Kodwa ke ukhona ke ngitholayo ke ukuthi ke kukhona ke ongathi ke kuyafana ke lana ke ingakho ke ngathi manje ke sengidinga isibhamu uqobo ke la engizothi khona ke manje ngisebenzise sona ke isibhamu ukuthi ngitest.
So what you are telling the court just now, is it in your affidavit?
It's in my affidavit.
Yes, is it in your 212 statement?
My Lord, I don't put everything in my 212 statement.
Is it
I'll
in your
put
diary?
what I'm saying now. I did the test. I've mentioned in my report before I could go and get the firearm. I have mentioned that. That I have compared the tests in the Cleveland case with this. I could see some similarities, but I needed to shoot additional tests with the correct ammunition.
Lokhu ke kukhona ke kumbiko wami ukuthi ke ngaphambilini kokuthi isibhamu ke ngesithola ke ngiye ngathola ke noma ngabona ukuthi kukhona ke okufanayo ke la ingakho ke sekufuneka ukuthi ngithole sona ke isibhamu qho.
All right. Before you left your office to Cleveland, was it the correct procedure for you to follow if that firearm was not brought into you by the case administration?
Well, that's the correct procedure also. When firearms are collected from the crime scene, or maybe from the suspect or something, they are sealed by the investigating officer, they are sent, or by LCRC, they are sent to the lab to be registered. But in this instance, it's a different instance. This firearm was not with the owner or was not collected from the crime scene. It was at the lab. And after the case was finalized on the Cleveland case, it was sent back to the station. Now, if I want to shoot the test, additional test in this firearm, what I could do is I've checked the type of firearm, check what type of firearm is it, where the firearm is, and I went to the station to check if the firearm is still there. The procedure that we have on collecting the firearm, sealing the firearm, is when it's sent by the IO or by LCRC. In this instance, booking out the firearm at the SAP 13, what procedure do we follow? It's the normal procedure that every police officer can follow.
Lana ke okwenzekayo ukuthi uma ngabe isibhamu sithathwa kumsolwa sithatha la isigameko senzeke khona ke ila esothathwa khona sifake kwisikhwama lesi sizokufakazi ke bese manje siyadluliswa ke siyahamba ke siya elab kodwa la ngoba ke icala leli ke lalisenkantolo ke icala futhi laseliqediwe isibhamu lesi ke sise lab base elab icala uma seliphothulwe ke siyabuyela ke sibuyele police station mina ke ukubheka ukuthi isibhamu sikuphi ke bese ngiya police station iprocess yenziwayo ke lapho ukuthi nje iprocess engenziwa noma yiliphi iphoyisa ukuthola isibhamu leso police station.
All right.
If this firearm was with the owner or was with the company, I wouldn't go and collect it from the owner or the company. I would request the investigating officer to go collect it and then send it to us. But because it's at the station, the procedure there at the police station is a police officer can go book it out at the SAP 13 to conduct the test. That's what the procedure that I did.
Uma bekuwukuthi isibhamu bese kumnikazi waso noma ke mhlambe kwinkampani ke yila bengizoqala khona ke ophenye icala ukuthi ehambe ke aye kumnikazi noma kuleyo nkampani leyo ayothola isibhamu abe esiyasibetha ngoba ke isibhamu lesi bese police station ukuthi ke ngihambe ke nanje ngephoyisa noma yiliphi iphoyisa ngiye police station SAP 13 ila engibhuka khona ke isibhamu ngiyasikhipha.
Did you have any indemnity form or any form authorizing you to possess that firearm?
Any form to possess the firearm, meaning what?
Let me just put it straight so that you'll understand. When you left your office, driving to Cleveland to fetch the firearm, what document that authorized you to go and fetch that firearm?
My lord, I had the case number and I was busy working on that case. LCRC members don't have the indemnity when they collect exhibits from the crime scene to send them to the lab. The detective who collects the firearm from the owner or from wherever doesn't have that indemnity form that he's going to collect the firearm and bring it to the lab. That's the procedure that I followed, like any other police officer.
Enganginakho-ke ukuthi-ke nganginemininingwane yecala-ke noma-ke i-case number-ke ilokho engakusebenzisa ngayo ngapha. Abe-LCRC uma-ke isibhamu besikhatha-ke kumnikazi-ke akunaform noma ebizwa ngokuthi indemnity form abanayo, yileyo process-ke nami engayilandela-ke ukuthi ngiyothatha isibhamu leso.
But you are not the investigating officer.
But I'm a police officer.
Yebo akusiyena umphenyi kodwa ngiyiphoyisa.
Sir, let me just put it straight. You are driving from Cleveland in possession of the firearm. You are stopped at the roadblock. How would you explain that?
I'm a police officer and I'm working on that case.
Asithi-ke manje ubuye Cleveland bese beyakumisa-ke kulokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke phecelezi-ke i-roadblock. Ungakuchaza kanjani-ke lokho ukuthi-ke ngiphoyisa futhi ngisebenza ngalo lelo cala lelo?
Are you aware of the indemnity form?
I don't know of any indemnity form.
Ayikho-ke iform engiyaziyo-ke le okhuluma ngayo ebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-indemnity form.
Any letter written by the station commander or the commander giving you authority to possess that firearm? Are you not aware of that authority?
To possess which firearm? Exhibit firearm.
That exhibit, yes. Because you are not an investigating officer.
But I'm a police officer and I'm working on that case. Sorry, proceed. Not only the investigating officer can carry the firearm that is in this case. We have cases where the investigating officer will send anybody, or any police officer from his office to bring the exhibits to the lab where we examine those firearms. Do they have the indemnity that they are in possession of a firearm that belongs to a case that they are not working on?
Lana-ke ngiyipholisa futhi-ke ngisebenza ngalo icala leli. Sinazo-ke izehlakalo lapho-na-ke umphenyi wecala ezothuma yiliphi noma yiliphi iphoyisa esiteshi sakhe ukuthi-ke bahambise amazibithi bawase khona-ke elab. Banayo yini leyo form okhuluma ngayo?
So according to you, there's nothing that prevented you from telling Brigadier Kininda to bring that firearm for testing at case administrators, and there's nothing that actually influenced you to go and take that firearm without the knowledge of, sorry, let me just put it this way, there's nothing that prevented you from informing Brigadier Kininda that you, on that particular day, you are going to fetch that firearm. There's nothing prevented you.
My lord, I informed him before I go there. He knew that I was going to fetch the firearm there.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ngiye laphayana ngamtshela uBrigadier Kininda into awayazi ukuthi-ke ngangisendleleni eya khona lapho.
So now let's get into we'll leave that for argument, because I can put it to you now that you were not authorized to possess the firearm. If you were stopped at the roadblock, you were going to be arrested for being in possession of an unlicensed firearm.
My lord, I don't believe in that.
Angikholwa-ke lokho kushoyo-ke manje ukuthi nganginalo ilungelo lokuthi ngibe naleso sibhamu uma babe ngangimisa-ke kwi-roadblock, babe ngangibopha-ke bengibophela ukuthi ngiphethe-ke isibhamu ngomthetho. Angikholwa lokho.
That's true what you're saying, because you police now these days are doing as you please. You just carry firearms anyhow. Like now.
That's a good case, my lord. I think that's an unfair, sweeping statement to make.
Let me just justify what I was saying to you. For the first day, when the court asked our ballistic expert, you were standing with Brigadier Kininda there, next to each other.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi njengokuthi-ke unkantolo langa loqala ukhuluma-ke ne-expert yenu laphayana noGininda.
And Dave was standing next to you.
That's correct, my lord.
And-ke yena-ke uDave yebo wayeme eceleni eduze kwethu.
The court asked, where is that firearm? Do you remember what Kininda said, Brigadier Kininda said? Can you recall?
I can't recall that.
Ngisakhumbula ukuthi waphithini-ke uGininda uma inkantolo ibuza-ke sikuphi leso sibhamu.
He said that firearm is not there. He didn't bring the firearm. And then you grabbed him and said, no, there is a firearm.
My lord, I think if I can recall, I can't recall exactly the words of Brigadier, but It was because of where the firearm is. I said, no, I have the firearm with me.
No. Before you answered, sir, Brigadier Gininda is the one who gave an answer first.
Yes, but I
Yes.
told him that I have the
Then
firearm
you
with me.
pay his attention and say, no, you've got the firearm. The investigating officer is not aware that you're in possession of a firearm. The court is asking the investigating officer. So by law, are you telling me or are you telling this court that you have the authority to keep the exhibits of the court?
My Lord, there is a statement that Brigadier Gininda submitted that for safety reasons, I must keep the firearm with me because I've got a safe at the office. You can't leave it at the station. Anything can happen.
Lana okwenzeka ke noma ummeli ke uyamtshela ukuthi uGininda waphendula inkantolo wathi ke akazi wase wena ke uthi ke na ke cha isibhamu sikhona ke sela uBrigadier Gininda uyena ke owasho mina ukuthi ke angeke isibhamu leso asishiye ke estation kazi ke noma yini ngenzeka ke ngoba mina ke nginaso ke isefo angisigcine mina.
So that firearm was not found from the safe where you collected it from Cleveland.
At
Was it
Cleveland-
not in a safe?
At Cleveland,
Yes.
it was in a safe.
Yes.
Yebo eCleveland is isibhamu leso sase safe.
What prevented you from taking it back to Cleveland?
My Lord, I took it back to Cleveland and Brigadier Gininda booked it out at Cleveland. He said he's afraid, feel that it's not safe there, then I must keep it. He even submitted a statement and I wrote that I must keep the firearm. Ever since he booked it out at Cleveland, the firearm was with me. It was in my exhibit safe. And on that day that we were here with Dave, I brought the firearm. He was not aware that I brought the firearm to court.
Okwenzeka ke lana ukuthi mina ke ngasikhathi isibhamu ngasibuyisela khona ke eCleveland la engasithatha khona ke kwase kuba uyena ke uBrigadier Gininda othi cha ngokuyena ke isibhamu leso ngathi asikho safe ke khona lapho asibe kumina ke wase wenza nestatement ke ukuthi ke isibhamu sikumina sizogcinwa yimina ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngala enkantolweni owayengazi ukuthi isibhamu ngize naso
Now let's-
enkantolo.
All right, thanks. Let's get now to the full metal jacket and the complete metal jacket. When Rudolph sir, was conducting you said he conducted the test on a full market,
On a full metal jacket, yes.
So what does that mean? If you conducted the test on a CMJ, if he conducted the test on a FMJ, you conducted the test on the CMJ. What did that mean, or what does that mean?
My Lord, when we do examination at the lab, when you examine the bullet, maybe compare the bullets from the crime scene with the firearm, or you compare the cartridge cases with the firearm. What we do is we will receive the firearm, we examine the firearm. When we shoot the tests to be compared with the exhibits from the crime scene, we look at the type of exhibits that we have received. If your cartridge cases, let's say for argument's sake, is PMP, I'll shoot the PMP cartridge cases for comparison.
Asithi lana ke uthola amagobolondo ke la abuya khona ke kundawo yesigameko kanye futhi nazo ke inhlamvu ozokwenza ke lana ukuthi manje ke uyabheka ke lama zibithi owatholeke asithi utholeke amagobolondo noma cartridge ke abizwa ngokuthi ke PMB iwona ke lawo ke esizowavivinya ke siwabheke.
But if our cartridge cases from the scene are something like cellular and belloc, we'll also shoot the same type of cartridge because the material of these cartridges are not the same, and some of them are hard to. When we shoot a test, you might struggle to find the same exactly the same type of marks on it. So when using the same type of exhibit, we're expecting to find more or less or very close or similar, exactly similar type of marks on it. Cellular and belloc. Cellular and belloc.
Asithi ke bese ngize iPMB esibili ke iseli ballot iyona ke ozoyisebenzisa ke ukuthi utesteke ngoba ke uma kuwukuthi usebenzisa amazibithi ke awodwa noma ke afanayo ke uzothola ke ongathi ke kungafana ke noma kungafana ngamashini ngoba usebenzise amazibithi afanayo.
Right. In case of bullets, we do the same thing. If I receive the hollow point, I'll try and shoot the hollow point. If I don't have the same type of hole, I'll shoot something that will be very close to that. In instances where I receive the CMJ bullets, I'll also shoot the CMJ bullets. Now, in the case of, sorry,
uma sesiza manje ke kuzona inhlamvu asithi ke uthole iholo point nami ke uma ngitesta ke ngizosebenzisa zona ke lezo izokuthi iholo point uma kuukuthi ke ama CMJ nami uma ngizotesta ke noma ngivinya sona ke isibambe leso ngizosebenzisa zona ke noma ke okusondele noma okufanayo ke nako kona lokho.
For my client to understand it as well, the exhibit that were brought to you, were they the CMJs or the FMJs?
my lord, the exhibit bullet from the crime scene were the CMJ, not
Correct.
FMJ.
Ama inhlamvu ke noma inhlamvu leza ezalethwa ke la isigabika senzeka khona ke kwakule inhlamvu ebizwa ukuthi iCMJ.
Do you know why Colonel Rudolph used the FMJ in the examination?
Warrant Officer Rudolph, when he was examining that, he was doing his case, the Cleveland case. And in the Cleveland case, I don't know if there's any CMJs, because the test that he shot, I'm not sure if it's a PMP. I think it was PMP with the FMJ, not the CMJs.
Lana ke umbuzo uthi ke uyazi ukuthi kwakungani uRudolph yena ke asebenzise ama FMJ ngicabanga ukuthi yena ke wayesebenza ngelakhe ke icala ke futhi ke lapho kwama PMP futhi ke nama FMJ noma ke i-full metal jacket kwakungasiyona ke iCMJ.
But you were examining the exhibits which are likely to be those that were examined by Rudolph.
Rudolph did the comparison of exhibit cartridge cases from the other crime, the Cleveland Alexander case.
Yes.
And what he did, what happened in this Cleveland case, it was a possession of unlicensed firearm. In cases of where we receive firearms like possession of unlicensed firearm, normally we shoot the PMP ammunition, and you can acquire that on the IB system. But if you look at the case that I was doing, the first Laura's case, it's the one bullet of CMJ. So it's two tests of FMJ on Cleveland case, and in this case, it's one bullet of CMJ.
Wayenza olwakhe ke uphenyo yena ke kwakwama test amabili ke ozokusho awenzayo ke ayo iCMJ futhi ke lapha sikhuluma iFMJ futhi ke lapha sikhuluma ke ngokutholakala nesibhamu ngekho emthethweni futhi ke lapho ke inhlamvu ke kwakuyi PMP. Mina ke kuleli icala lase Phosphorus ke ngisebenzisa yona ke iCMJ.
May I approach case number 3?
Yes, yes.
May I also?
Yebo. You don't want to go there too?
I see no reason why.
Yeah? Okay. All right. And Mr. Ramsipidi, you also see no reason why you should go?
To consult. I have fully consulted my lord.
Oh, I see. Good. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord, for your indulgence.
Yeah.
We were still on the examination by Rudolph. Okay. you conducted the examination on this with the CMJ, using the CMJs, and the exhibit with the CMJs. So, okay, what was your finding in terms of your microscopic analysis? Did you find anything matching between the exhibits and...
Which test? My test or
Yes, your
warrant
test.
officer, rule officer's test?
Yes,
My test or warrant officer, rule officer's test?
your test, sir.
With my test, my lord, I went to fetch the firearm. I came back with the firearm. I shot additional tests in that same firearm, and I started to compare them with the exhibit bullet.
Lana engakwenza-ke ukuthi ngahamba-ke ngayolanda isibhamu. Uma isibhamu sengisilandile-ke manje ngase ngidubula-ke ngaso noma ngisebenzisa yona-ke inhlamvu leyo ngizama ukuqhathanisa naleyo nhlamvu leyo eyatholakala.
How many bullets were in those exhibits? The live rounds.
Meaning the cartridges, the
Yes,
live rounds.
yes.
In which? In a box.
In a box that you found from Cleveland.
I can't recall how many were they.
How many did you test? How many shots, how many bullets did you use to fire
I
the
used
shots?
2 from the box, and the others I took from my office.
Ngasebenzisa ey'mbili-ke kwibhox leyo ezinye-ke inhlamvu ngasithatha ehhovisi lami.
Sorry, is it the blue box or the box?
In the blue box, man.
Yeah, at least thermos.
Kwakuyibhox elalibomvu ngombala.
Okay. Now, let me get into this evidence. This is the version I'm going to put to you, and this is what is also contained in statements that were made under oath. There's a statement that was made by Longwe Twala, who was in the crime scene before Senzo was shot. According to his statement, he says the intruder was in possession of a 38 special revolver. And the tests that we're doing were on the 9mm. And there's a difference between the two firearms, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kunesitatimende-ke lana esenziwa-ke uyena-ke uLongwe Twala ukuthi-ke abangena-ke noma lawangena-ke isibhamu kwasiphethe-ke kwakuyi-38 special revolver, kodwa-ke uma kuvivinywa-ke kubhekwa-ke isibhamu lokho kwenziwa-ke kwi-9mm. Angithi kuyiqiniso ukuthi ibhamu embi lezi, yebo kuyiqiniso.
So before I get into the size of the bullet, the 38 does not have a cartridge. Does not have a cartridge case.
My lord, it does have a cartridge case.
No. Maybe I'm putting it.
I-38 inalo-ke ikhobololo.
What is it that it drops down if you fire the shot? What is it?
It's a cartridge case.
Lokhu ekhiphayo-ke kwisephansi uma idubula-ke ilona ikhobololo.
So even the 38 special, it does have the cartridge case.
That's correct, my lord. It does have the cartridge case.
But it doesn't.
38 inalo lokho.
But it doesn't release it to the ground.
My lord, the difference is with a revolver, your cartridges or your live rounds fit into the cylinder,
Yeah.
the revolving cylinder, and you close the cylinder. When you pull the trigger, the cylinder rotates.
Yes.
Put the one on aligned with the barrel. You fire a shot. When you pull it again, it rotates against the other one. So it does not eject cartridge cases on the crime scene. You
Yes.
have a pistol. With a pistol, every shot you fire, it ejects cartridge cases on your scene.
Yes. All right. So in this case, let me just put firstly, the people who who made statements to the investigating officers that the intruders were in possession of a 38 special. I said Longwe said that. Number 2, Kelly Kumalo, in her statement, in front of Colonel Steenkamp, if I'm not mistaken. She made a statement to the effect that the intruders were that intruder was in possession of an old 38 special revolver. If she can be called, maybe she can clarify that aspect. But she said...
Sorry, I thought you were calling her.
I'll call her, my lord.
Yeah, no, that's what you said.
No, definitely I'll call her.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
No, it's because now I thought you, if she was called.
She said it's a 38 special, an old 38 special. The third person was that guy from Devon, Tumelo Madlala. He actually gave a description of a firearm to the officer who attended the crime scene. I think it's Constable Mteto, if I'm not mistaken. And he described the firearm that it had that, what do you call it, that thing that rotates, that
Cylinder.
wheel. You call it what?
Cylinder.
A cylinder.
Flying wheel, they call it.
A flying wheel.
That's township lingo.
Yes.
Yeah.
He said it's got that flying wheel. And the officer who was taking the statement said, no, that is that type of a firearm. It's a 38 special. The fourth person who made a statement is the investigating officer, Brigadier Gininda, on A227, when he brought an application for the warrants of arrest, where he mentioned the 38 special. 4 people mentioned 38 special. And according to your evidence, am I right? Sorry, can I stop them, Mr. Jonas?
But you are stopping late. So, my lord, just before lunch, I made a request to both the counsel and the witness. The question now, there's 4 people already mentioned. The question is long. The answer is also going to be long. I miss one word. They jump and say you interpret incorrectly. So I asked the questions to be very short, but it seemed as if my request fell on deaf ears.
Apology, Mr. Jonas.
Oh, no, you've been doing it the whole lunchtime.
Apology. May I just, you want me to start afresh?
One question at a time.
All right. Tumelo Madlala described the firearm to the officer, Mr. Mteto, and said it's a firearm that has a cylinder. What is it? Yeah, a flywheel. Mr.
We don't want to describe or interrupt my learned friend's cross-examination, but the witnesses have testified. There's a court record wherein they qualified their answers. Now, a very broad and generous statement is being put to the witness when the witness who testified have qualified their statements, explained what they meant. It would help if my learned friend was to perhaps refer to the relevant record, quote exactly what the witnesses said, instead of we admire his memory, but it's important that he should quote the relevant portions of the record and state exactly what the witnesses said in order for this witness to answer to such questions.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu.
I was relying on, I can quote the relevant portion
You're
of
relying
the
on?
records. I was relying on the statements made by these witnesses I'm talking about.
Yeah, but now this gentleman, Mr. Balui, says they actually testified in this court and qualified their answers, meaning the statement, fine, but they qualified their answers here. I take it under cross-examination and re-examination.
The qualification was only made, I think, by Tumelo Madlala, not by the rest of the witnesses I'm talking about, because it's the only one that was confronted with the state. I'm putting all the statements that were made by...
No, I'm not. I'm just saying what he says.
Yes.
That is
There's only
Balui.
one person that was, who qualified his evidence. Being an expert on forensic ballistics, you gave the distinction between a pistol and a revolver. I've put, oh sorry, we're still interpreting, Mr. Before we, before Mr. Balo interjected. All right, I said, Tumelo Madlala, he gave the description in his statement that this firearm that was in possession of the intruder had a flywheel. And the officer said it's a 38 special. Mr. Jonas?
My Lord, I think my answer is going to be a bit long because I want to explain something.
Yeah,
My Lord, when you look at our crime scene
yeah.
or the incident, where does the incident start and where does the incident stop? How long does it take?
Utumelo ke uma echaza ke isibhamu lesi ke uthe yena ke noma wasibiza ngokuthi ke if lesi sasinesondo ke indlela ayichaze ngaso base officer yena ke yayichaza ke nanjenge revolver. Impendulo yami izoba kanjena ke ukuthi uma ngabe sengenza umsebenzi noma ngenza uphenyo siyabheka ke ukuthi ke isigameko siqale kuphi ke sigcina kuphi.
Right. When we do incident reconstruction or crime scene reconstruction, my Lord, you divide it into a sequence of events.
Uma ke manje usiya ke kwindawo yesigameko la usuyihlela kabusha ke indawo leyo ke yesigameko lokubiza ukuthi ke i-reconstructor ke uyayibheka ke noma ke ukuthi ukulandelelana kwezinto ezenzeka.
Right. Your incidents may start when the perpetrators or the suspects enter the house.
Isigameko sisengaqala ke la khona ke abantu ke labo abenza lokho bengena ngaphakathi endlini.
So they enter the house, the witnesses saw a revolver.
Bangena ke endlini base bathi
According to their
ofakazi
statements.
Sorry?
ngokweyitatimende zabo ke ofakazi bona bathi babona i-revolver.
After seeing the revolver, there was a struggle between the perpetrators and the witnesses.
Sebeyibonile ke leyo revolver kwaba khona ke ukulwisana ke manje ke phakathi kwabo ofakazi ke nalabo abangena.
For the mere fact that they saw a revolver when they enter does not automatically say this is the firearm that was used.
Ukuthi ke babona bona ke i-revolver uma labantu bengena lokho akusho ke ukuthi isona ke leso isibhamu esasetshenziswa.
My Lord, I can say to the court I've got a BMW keys in my pocket. That does not necessarily mean when I leave this court I'll be driving a BMW. I might be driving another vehicle.
La kumina ke ngiphethe isikhiya manje ke usho esikipha ke ese BMW lokho akusho ukuthi uma sengiphuma ke kule nkantolo sengihamba ke manje ngizohamba ngaleyo moto leyo.
So when we do crime scene reconstruction, we look at the physical evidence that is at the crime scene.
Uma sisebenza ke ngendawo yesigameko sibheka ufakazi obukhona ke la isigameko senzeke khona.
The bullet recovered in that crime scene or on that crime scene, it's a 9mm bullet. It's not a 38 special bullet.
Inhlamvu eyatholakala lapho isigameko senzeka khona akusiyona inhlamvu ye38 kwakuyinhlamvu ye9mm.
So if they saw a revolver when they entered, it does not necessarily mean that was the only firearm that the suspect came with.
Uma kuukuthi bona babona i-revolver uma labantu bengena akusho lokho ukuthi kwakuyisona sodwa isibhamu leso ke labo bantu abangena ababenaso noma ababesiphethe.
So the possibility of another firearm that was used cannot be ruled out since the bullet found it's a 9mm bullet, not a 38 special.
Ukuthi ke manje sasingaba khona ke sinye isibhamu esasisetshenziswa ke ngoba ke manje uma usuthola ke inhlamvu awuthola inhlamvu ye38 kodwa uthola inhlamvu ye9mm.
Sir, with due respect, this is not a court of speculations.
My Lord, I'm not speculating.
This
I'll
is-
be speculating if
Sorry,
I say
sir.
the bullet, the revolver
sir.
was used,
May I-
but we find a 9mm bullet at the crime scene.
Akusikonanga ukuthi ngiyacabangela ke lana uma ucabangela ukuthi ke kwasetshenziswa isibhamu esithile kodwa ke inhlamvu yatholakala inhlamvu ethize kodwa lokho engikushoyo akusikona ukuthi ucabangele.
Sir, with due respect, Colonel, the evidence before this court that the first person who entered the house was in possession of a 38 special. The second person who entered the house was in possession of a sharp object, if I'm not mistaken, not a firearm.
The witness is already answered.
My learned friend asked exactly the witness to comment on the evidence he's commented. He said the fact that the witnesses might have seen a .38 special doesn't mean that that was the only firearm that they could have been armed with.
That kind of evidence kind of question must be allowed, because if there are witnesses that came to testify in this court, their evidence cannot be changed by a speculation or by any kind of a possibility that might have occurred. You're talking out of your experience. You're not talking about what happened on that day.
No, wait. As I'm listening, it didn't end there. His evidence is he did not find a .38, as you call it, bullet in the house of Miss Kelly Kumalo.
Correct.
He found a 9mm bullet or projectile in the house. So there was no 38, according to you.
There was no evidence.
Or
There was
bullet
no
or
evidence of a
whatever you want to call
.38
it.
special at the crime scene.
That's it.
special.
I'll give so many possibilities as you invite more possibilities in this court. Because I even told you that there were senior officers that attended the crime scene. I'll tell you that. I'll give a possibility that when there was contamination of the scene, there was a reason to frame wrong people.
My Lord, as I said, my findings or my statements in the reconstruction of the crime scene are based on physical evidence that I got from the crime scene. Whether there were people on the scene, those people will not change my findings. My findings will still remain the same. Whether there was movement or there was contamination of the crime scene, but my findings will remain the same.
Mina ke okwami ukuthi ke ngenza umsebenzi ngathola ke lokho okakuthola ukuthi kwakunabantu ukuthi bakhona ke bakususa ke bakubeka ke ukhona bakuphazamisa ke lapho lokho angeke kushintsheke lokho engakuthola ke mina egcineni.
I agree with you. If you are giving the wrong exhibits, you'll do examination and give results according to what you are given. But the concern that I'm raising is that witnesses, including the investigating officer, brought an application under Section 43 and mentioned a 38 special that was used.
My Lord, if we're saying I was given the wrong exhibits, if we look at the bullet fragment that was found in the crime scene, it's exactly consistent with the damage that is on the floor. And the shot was fired when those people were still inside, when there was the struggle or argument inside the kitchen. So it's consistent with it. Who will ever bring an exhibit that will fit exactly on your crime scene? It's not possible to do that. The second bullet, because it went through the deceased, body, it lost a lot of speed, it lost a lot of energy. When it exited the back, it was tumbling. If you look at the damage on the door, it shows that the bullet was unstable. It hits on the side, and because of the less speed that it had, it ended up where it was found. It was still intact, it was still in shape. There was only a minor dent on that bullet, which shows that on impact on the door or on the wall somewhere, it has already lost a lot of energy on speed. So it was consistent with the trajectory also on this one. So both exhibits are consistent with the crime scene, how I found the crime scene.
Lamazibiti omabili ke engawathola ke akukho ukuhluka ke naloko engakuthola ke khona laphayana kwindawo yesigameko futhi ke uma ngabe ukuthi uyabheka ke lokho engakuthola kuyahambelana ke naloko okwatholakala ke la inhlamvu eyashaya khona ke phansi futhi noma ubheka ke la inhlamvu eyangona khona ke yase iyophuma ke futhi nebanga ke la iyoshaya khona ke esicabheni uma seyifika laphayana ifike khona laphayana ke manje seku ngathi ke isivinini noma ke ispeed sesingasekho kuyona leyo nhlamvu. Manje ke ubanike ongaletha ke ubufakazi ke uma uthi nginikezwe ubufakazi oburongo obuzohambelana noma kufana ngamashi naloko ekwatholakala khona lapha ya.
All right. Tell me, were there any cartridge cases that were found at the crime scene?
My lord, there were no cartridge cases found in the crime scene.
Awekho ke amagobolondo atholakala kwindawo yesigameko.
If a firearm, if a pistol was used, there was a possibility of the cartridge cases discharged from the firearm.
That's correct, my lord. There was that possibility, but not there must be cartridge cases found. The possibility is there. And if you look at, as I said, if you look at the shot that when the deceased was shot, or was the shot that killed the deceased, as I said, the possibility of a struggle over the firearm cannot be ruled out. In that instance, what could have transpired? If somebody is putting a gun, trying to pull, and you hold the gun on the slide, a shot is fired. You disturbing the cycling of the firearm. The possibility that this firearm is not going to eject firearm cannot be ruled out. So there's a possibility that the shot was fired, but the cartridge case was not ejected.
Uma asithi ke kusetshenziswe ke isibhamu bese sibiza ngokuthi ke i-pistol, yebo kwakungenzekala kodwa ngingasho ukuthi yebo lokho ukuthi ke igobolondo lalingatholakala kodwa ke mhlambe ke uma ubhekana nje mangitshilo ke ukuthi kwakukhona ke ukulwisana okwakukhona ke lokho kwakungaphazamisa ke indlela isibhamu leso esidubula ngayo nokuhamba futhi ke kwenhlamvu.
No. What's your time there, Mr.
21 minutes past 3.
21 minutes past 3. Okay. You're available tomorrow, I take it.
That's correct, my lord.
Sir, my lord, are we adjourning?
No, if you want to continue up to 1:30. I don't know, even 4 o'clock.
Now we can adjourn.
I'm
my lord,
available.
if the court so pleases.
Now, if you want to continue, wrap up your argument about the
I'm not
senior
closer
police.
I'm not closer to rep.
No. I'm sure.
No, I'm not closer.
I was very interested in that argument.
Is it?
Yeah.
Or may I proceed until I've
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're talking about cartridges, as if we're all talking at different connotations. Am I correct, sir? About cartridges
That's correct, my lord.
and about CMJ
And FMJ.
and FMG. Three different projectiles.
That's correct.
Must be. And the other interesting aspect is when it is put to you that it was a .38, and I'm not saying you are wrong. It's just in my mind is tumbling. After hearing that a .38, I mean a cylinder
Cylinder is rotating.
doesn't eject.
Doesn't eject, my lord. Yes.
So, but there were bullets found at that house. You've heard me. Can we come back tomorrow?